welcome back. First stream of the new year. So, I thought that starting things off with a game in my favorite game genre would be a good way to kick things off for 2026. And there's not much I love more than puzzle mystery games. Now, I went over this on the Discord server, but I want to talk a little bit about what kind of genre this even is. Because it's still a fairly new one. See, mystery games, there's basically two types. There's what I call puzzle mystery, and then there's point-and-click mystery. Now, point-and-click mystery, that dates back to the point-and-click adventure genre, hence the name. If you've ever played, like, the Ace Attorney series, then you probably know exactly what I'm talking about. It's that. It's a mystery game, a game where you solve some kind of mystery, and that's the central gameplay loop. That follows kind of the structure of a point-and-click adventure. So, somewhat linear. You gather clues and solve puzzles with the clues in a relatively set order. There can be a bit of like back and forth, but generally there's a linear order in which you gather the clues, or a broad linear order, and at some point you are asked, hey, so what's the answer? What are the conclusions that you've made about this aspect, or blah, 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 blah. It's a very common genre. There's a good amount of them. The Frogwares, Sherlock Holmes games, the Laura Bow games, the Nancy Drew games, all of those things fall into this broad genre. And everything that spins off of them. So any of the multitude of Ace Attorney likes, like Murders on the Yangtze River or Paper Perjury, also fall under this concept. On the other hand, Lucas Pope, creator of Papers, Please, made another game about paperwork called Return of the Obra Dinn. And it changed mystery games forever. Return of the Obra Dinn basically decided that a non-linear mystery structure could work. In that game, you are set on board a ship. You're given a bunch of different scenes, which the scenes are fed to you in a semi-linear order, but there's several different linear paths that you can follow, and generally it's you start at the end and go back, and most of your mystery solving happens after you've already seen all of the scenes. So it's not as linear. Your job is to figure out for each person on board who they are and how they died, which is a bit of a challenge, but you can kind of approach that challenge in any order that you please. And this was incredibly influential, and it was quickly followed up by a game series that is now in its second game, called the Golden Idol series. The first one was The Case of the Golden Idol, and the second one was The Rise of the Golden Idol. Both excellent games, and both following basically the same concept. You're given a bunch of different scenes, and your job is to figure out what happened by kind of filling in the blanks on a provided, like, explanation structure. And there have been more in subsequent years. Notably, The Root Trees Are Dead. It's a really, really good one. Utter a Name is excellent. And what we're going to play today, Mystery of the Malign. There's also some upcoming ones that I'm keeping my eye on, such as what was the name of it? I've got the demo here. It's heck. Death at Fleming Manor. Death at Fleming Manor, that's the one. Which follows the same kind of structure. I really like these because of the non-linearity. You actually feel like, you're the detective. You pick what paths to travel down and what leads to follow. Now, I've played a little bit of this game. But I have not finished it. I still think there's plenty more for me to discover, And, just in case me playing a little bit of it is a bit of a turnoff, Frog here, my compatriot, has, I believe, not seen anything of this game. So,
I have no idea what this is, correct.
Alrighty. So, without further ado, let's get this show on the road. Name this investigation. Let's call it... God damn it.
Alas, alas. I suppose you can lose a space in there, but...
Bingo! Though that might look better if it's a lowercase w. Welcome to Mystery of the Malign, the detective game that puts the investigation in your hands. The focus here is placed on collecting information, forming theories, and piecing together a large-scale narrative context. Although there is the option to attach notes in-game, the use of physical pen and paper is still recommended to keep track of general thoughts and observations. Take your time. This is a game that rewards patience and contemplation. Well, I don't have a physical pen and paper, but I do have my phone and a little stylus pen that I can write on it with.
And that is close enough.
Plus, I'll be honest, I have a good memory.
You know what? Fair enough.
This investigation begins with the account of an inexplicable instance of public hysteria. It could be nothing, or it could be all that is needed to keep the mind chewing for a while. Pay attention. Details matter. So here we are. There's still unfinished work here. So we have a building, general surroundings, and this fellow.
Something in the glass just grabs my attention.
Apparently, this is David. Christopher.
David.
Doesn't this whole thing seem a little too straightforward? Since when is that a problem? Hey, just seems she's a little too easy to track down. I don't want to find myself lured into another secret gang war or some honeypot death trap. What? You think someone's trying to deceive us? And you don't? Well, that's just fantastic. And here I was, counting on your sense of self-preservation. It's always a possibility. But have you got a single reasonable cause for this suspicion of yours, David? Just a hunch, then. Someone's always waiting to fuck you over. You just don't know it yet. You've been wrong before. And it only takes one right guess to save both our lives. If I'm right, you owe me a beer. I'll make sure to forget that. You? Ha, that'll be a first. So, we have two little things in our notebook here, as well as this button, which opens up all of our evidence. So, this is how we ask people about things.
Okay.
So let's start with gossip. This is just small talk. You know something? This town isn't close to half as criminal as I expected. Bridgegrove, a major city of moderate size in the interior of Langham. It is situated along the Adele River and is known primarily for its historical sites and furniture industry.
And
It's nowhere near as big as Truark, or dense, or corrupt. The most populous city in the interior of Vanderbilt and on the western Insulandian coastline. Truark is an international hub for finance, culture, commerce, industry, and most infamously, crime. It's also my hometown.
So this is, you know, from a Christopher's perspective?
Apparently, yes.
Makes sense.
Were you hoping there would be trouble? It's a little too still to not be suspicious. I like danger where I can see it. Are we done here? 10 Lib says she's not home. Libers. The Liber is the official centrally issued currency of the Insulandian sovereignation. Sovereignation. And one of the 4 prime currencies of the international monetary apparatus. The purchasing power of 1 Liber is 2.1 loaves of bread. So 10 Libers, ooh, that's 20-ish loaves of bread.
Yeah, there's only 1 loaf of bread.
Yeah. That's a big bet. I want to see what we can find out from her. If it's just a false alarm, we're dropping it. Oh, sorry. 1 second. Let me, That was the issue. I was wondering, I had fucked around with the volume a little bit, but I was wondering why the traffic was so loud. On the title screen, the volume knobs are completely out of whack, but it looks like they're fine in-game. Alright, that's a little less in my ear. Wise, 2.1 loaves of bread. With this comparison, why this comparison? Are we in France? I have no idea where we are. I don't think it's intentional, but the Insulandian stuff they were talking about reminds me of Disco Elysium of all things, but I don't think it's the same studio.
I mean, I can totally feel it. I don't think it's the same studio either, but I can see the comparisons.
Yeah. Alright, let's talk about what we have. 311 Paradane Street. Figured out a way in yet? It should be no problem. Imagine she's not home. Would that be so bad? Also, hi Weiss. Sorry, I was too distracted by what you said that I didn't consider saying hi. Hello, welcome. Shelley Clarkson. How are you so sure about this? You hear one incident report and you immediately jump on it like it's selling out. I'm not sure about anything. That's why we're here. Look at it like this. If it's something we've seen before, then the case is over in 5 minutes. No time wasted. And if it's not, then you and I both have something exciting to look forward to. Alright, so you said you wanted to look at this.
Yeah, sorry, it's been staring at me since we were over here.
Rowlands, you're a damn bastard. Stop hanging your socks out on.
Very important.
Use E to interact. I already knew that. Door is locked. The answer slots need to be filled with the correct inputs in order to be solved. Individual answers may be clear to you even if you are still missing key information or the case pieces needed to fill out the whole section.
That's nice.
So this is our first little tutorial puzzle. We know that we're looking for a Shelley Clarkson, but unfortunately, the buzzers for the 4 apartments in this building are not labeled properly. One of them looks like the label's not there at all. One of them has a blank label. One of them just says 2C, and one of them says Rowlands.
Yeah, well, you can cross one off.
There's a bunch of notes. Let's do these one at a time. Mailbox is labeled Clarkson, Cherney, Rowlands, and Wilkes with a number 1 on it in marker.
Okay.
New mailboxes will be here on 2910, and a reminder that I'm still waiting for Rowland's share of the payment. Another inspection for mold and bugs coming up on 1211. They're going to be needing access to 1 apartment on each floor, so it will be Shelley and Cherney this time.
A day month from the looks of it.
Yeah. It's also notable, if they're needing access to 1 apartment on each floor, that means it'll be Shelley and Cherney. That means Shelley and Cherney are on different floors.
Correct, yes. Alright.
Call back the guy. The new mailboxes are all messed up and only Cherney is in the right place. I'm hoping you can get this sorted within the week before some mix-up with the mail happens. So Cherney is apparently in the right place. That's number That's the second mailbox from the left, but we don't know what order they're
Okay.
supposed to be in. That's all of the little things. I can actually confirm that there's not any other... I've played this bit before in the demo, so...
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. As you can see, we seem to have like a basically a hallway type area and 4 apartments, so that's all we need to worry about.
Oh, and one has the socks hanging out. Okay.
Good catch. There are in fact socks there. Which means that must be Rowland's.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Rowland's is on the 2nd floor. Now, unfortunately, we already kind of know where Rowland's is, but one of the things here is that we kind of have to intuit the logic, right, of the of what we're being asked to determine here. It's if Rowland's is on the 2nd floor, then it
So
can't
that means
be.
Which means that that's the one that's inside of it is the person on the other person on the 2nd floor. So.
Probably. Let's see what we can figure out here. We know from this one that Shelley and Cherney are on different floors. And we know from this one that Cherney's the only one in the right place on the mailboxes. Wilkes has number 1 written on it in marker. Now,
So I thought that means Wilkes is the first, would be the quote-unquote first slot there? That's how I'm reading it anyways.
yeah, so if it's written on in
The
marker... Oh. Base, what's going on here? Spooky mail sorting? We're trying to figure out which button to buzz at this apartment for the person that we're like attempting to contact, which would be Shelley Clarkson. Unfortunately, it looks like the mail is the mailboxes are all messed up, according to this. Only Cherney is in the right place. Also, hello, Base. Welcome. Right. Okay. So, facts that we know. Wilkes' mailbox has 1 written on it in marker. And apparently, only Cherney is in the right place. Cherney is here. Clarkson's there. And Rowland's is here. We also know that that one right there that I'm currently looking straight at is Rowland's because it's got socks hanging off of there. And there's this spot that says, Rowland's, you're a damn bastard, stop hanging your socks out. Right. So. Don't worry, I have my water for hydration.
Right, so obviously the Rollins one is Rollins. That's pretty obvious.
Right, most likely. Because they don't have any information about these being incorrect.
Right, I feel like these are should be assumed to be right in some way.
Yeah.
I feel like the one where we just see the C, I think that's supposed to be Sony, but I'm not positive myself. I don't think that's an S. I think the C means that Sony, but it could be wrong.
So there is something we can note here. So Cherney's right here. And we know that Um, we know that Cherney is the only one that's in the right spot, which there's another assumption we can make. If Cherney's the only one in the right spot, everything else must be in the wrong spot. So any organization that leaves one or more mailboxes aside from Cherney's in the same spot it's in now is incorrect.
Why? That makes sense. Okay.
So Wilkes is anywhere except here. Rowlands is anywhere except here. And Clarkson's anywhere except here.
Right. And because Wilkes has the one written on it, I assume that means it should be the first one from left to right. That's how my brain sees it.
Yeah, so let's assume that Wilkes is supposed to be over here.
So I think it would go Wilkes, Johnny, Roxon, Rowlands.
Wilkes, Cherney, Clarkson, Rowlands. That sounds about right to me because, okay. So if Wilkes is over here, then Rowlands would have to be this one. Which makes sense. We know Rowlands is on the second floor.
Right. Oh.
And that means that Clarkson would be the only one that we wouldn't know where it is, and that would be right here, number 3. So, okay. Let's say that this is Cherney. So what's the organization here? That would mean, if we were thinking like, so there's 2 ways this could be, right? Either it's like this, and each, like, the left side is the first floor, the right side is the second floor, which would make a certain amount of sense with the 2 here. That could be second floor Clarkson. And then that would mean effectively... Oh, wait, no, it's 2 Clarkson, which is apartment 2. So that's definitely Cherney.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that would mean second floor. If Wilkes is 1, then Cherney is 2, based on what we saw. So, Wilkes, Cherney, this would be Clarkson.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. When that's a 2, things kind of click into place, even...
Yeah, okay.
At Venice.
The arrangement of the apartments is now clear, and it appears that apartment 3 is the one where Shelley Clarkson resides. It is time to get to work.
Neat.
Yes? Afternoon, Miss Clarkson. A friend of yours sent us to help with your problem. Can you buzz us in? Oh. Wait, hang on. Bzz. Ah, I am being told to dink. Hello, Evangeline. So there's Wilkes's, Cherney's. There's Shelley. Stop hanging your socks out on the window to dry. I can't open the windows anymore because of that smell. It's become unbearable. Rowlands. Snecko sip, Snecko stretch. Oh, hold on. I'm also being told to stretch. All right, give me a moment. What is it? Is this Shelley Clarkson? Yes? No, wait. Just hold on a minute. Which friend sent you here exactly? I hate to start off on the wrong foot, miss, but the truth is we found you on our own. The thing is, we had to find you. I know of your incident, a problem we should be able to help you with, resolve. What do you want from me? We have reason to believe you could still be in danger. In fact, it's fortunate for all of us no one else has made their way here already. Why should I even listen to all this? Because you're going to have much bigger problems than us if we don't get this taken care of. You must have some mistake. There's no proof and no one even remembers me. I just need a few days here and it'll be like it never happened. Just leave. Leave! Alright, item menu. Inspect your currently held items. Double click if we want to use it on something. So we have a pocket knife. A versatile pocket knife. Its utility only goes as far as one's creativity. A lighter, my old but trusty lighter. I carry this around to light my cigarettes, though not during an investigation. The need to smoke only seems to come around when the mind is idle. Oh, okay, Sherlock. This particular knife originates from a dingy, cramped corner shop on Lawrence Street. A clipping of an article reporting a recent incident. The clipping was taken from this morning's edition of the Bridgeboro Daily. It appears to be worth following up on. Public freakout in Greenwich. An unpleasant situation has been reported, which took place last evening at around Penrose Side, specifically by the local museum. The occurrence seems to be the result of an emotionally insecure woman accidentally being locked inside the museum grounds after closing hours. Sorry?
Hi. Sorry, I've missed the past few minutes because my internet decided to die.
Oh, I am so sorry. Basically, Shelley was like, through the door, which friend actually told you about me? And we admitted, we actually found you on our own. We are experts in solving the kind of problem that you have, and I have reason to believe you might be in danger, and she very understandably told us to leave her alone.
Yeah, that's, honestly, I kind of react the same.
An unpleasant situation has been reported, which took place last evening at around Penrose Side, specifically by the local museum. The occurrence seems to be the result of an emotionally insecure woman accidentally being locked inside the museum grounds after closing hours. She reportedly ran away screaming. Eyewitnesses refused to provide details, but one local resident has identified the woman as one Shelley Clarkson. This is, of course, only one of many such cases, and once again brings attention to the ineffectiveness of our education. Right.
Very fascinating.
That's just the same bit as before. So what I'm immediately thinking, right, is that we have a lighter now. Now that we know our inventory. Keep with the times. You could be missing something important. Be sure to tune into your news regularly. So I guess maybe that's a hint to just, grab the newspaper.
Makes sense to me.
What? That's... Oh. What can you do? Wait, you're not from the police? If you even try... I can call them right now! No, you won't. If you had the slightest trust they could help, you would have called already. And you wouldn't have opened that door. You know what they do with individuals like you. Hey, we might have saved your life just now. You don't know what sort of loons are out there looking for you. We don't know either. It's why we'll need your assistance. And if you're looking to kill me and throw me in some ditch? If we wanted you dead, you would be already. You're an easy target, you realize that.
My god.
We're not here to hurt you if what Christopher's saying isn't getting that across by any chance. Yeah, David seems very much like the normal one here.
Yeah, that feels...
And what is it that you do exactly? We don't want to bore you with the specificities of our line of work, Miss Clarkson. Or scare you half to death, much more likely. Now, can you tell us what happened? In your own words. I understand you must have been at the Goddard Public Museum. Museum? Yes, at the museum, it was dark. I was jumped, attacked. He could have killed me. But I don't understand. I can't understand what... It just doesn't make sense. I'm not even sure what happened. He came out of nowhere and then he was... gone? He was going to kill me, can't you understand? Alright, just take it easy. You can use the time to collect your thoughts on our way to the museum. Wait, no. We do have to get going. The earlier we start, the better. No, I'm staying right here. It's too much outside. Usually I'd agree, but whoever came after you might already know your whereabouts. Right now, the last thing you want to find out is what would happen if you were to be left here alone. You're coming with us. You're safer in public than you are anywhere all alone. Is someone coming for me? It's possible. This is just a precaution. I'll be waiting downstairs with the car. Let's get going. We can kind of look around a little bit here, but... Cooking books, travel guides, and drama novellas. Based on their condition, they don't appear to have been read much. Fridge is stocked enough just for one person. Nothing of interest. An old soundscape. It's been moved around a lot and carelessly. An expensive-looking Wainwright TV set. No Vizio system. Drawers of clothes with a strong smell of perfume over the dresser. Dry flower petals.
Interesting.
Alright. And now, we can get on to the actual game. So, here's the actual gameplay. The incident reported in the newspaper led us to 311 Paradane Street, where we met Miss Shelley Clarkson. Shelley's erratic behavior and inability to fully account for what happened have strongly indicated that her troubles are unusual. Unusual enough to look into. So we have these scenes. These are individual mysteries that we'll be trying to solve.
Okay.
They're in this format, which was popularized by the Golden Idol series, which itself spun off of Obra Dinn. At the museum grounds, blank came upon Shelley Clarkson with the intention of blank. This was interrupted when blank, blank, and blank, which allowed Shelley Clarkson to flee. These are not all of the options that we're going to have. The more we find out, the more things we'll be able to fit into here.
That makes sense.
As you can see, there are some fairly dark options here.
Yeah. So the one my eye got drawn to most is consuming her, despite some of the worst things there.
Yeah. Though I do want to note on the second page, pranking her and befriending her are options. So this is a person, apparently. We got an intention of action. Interrupted when person... Something that they did. Walked onto the scene, heard a scream, emerged from hiding, heard a loud noise, materialized, awoke nearby, fell onto the scene, and... Yeah, lots of different possible actions, which allowed Shelley Clarkson to flee. And that's under what took place, and then there's 2 slots for who was directly involved. The case notebook is your main tool in keeping track and solving the pieces of the case. It's split into 3 main parts: the case overview, the case scenes log, and the case pieces log. The case pieces log is where you will find all the persons, locations, and other clues encountered during the investigation. Use the filter options to narrow down the list to specific log entries.
That's cool.
So yeah, these are all the different pieces, which we can divide into... I don't know what this type they're calling this. Okay, general, profiles, locations, and missing pieces.
Okay.
And we can sort things by location.
Oh, that's nice.
So we can sort to stuff that's in this location, and stuff that's in other locations, as well as we can bookmark important pieces of evidence. Well, you got what you came for? I think we have something on our hands. It's enough to be worth the afternoon, at least. Looks like we're headed for that museum. We'll pick up M and Vigo on the way.
Ooh.
Weird place for an accident like that. But is the location deliberate, or is it random? I always bet on deliberate. So, I think it was aliens. Do you think it was aliens? I think we don't know absolutely anything to draw conclusions yet. Right. I think I'll think about it some more. It doesn't feel right being here. For now, I need you to point us to the scene of the, circumstance. It was down the path somewhere, beside the big paved area. Someone jumped me. I could have been killed. I'm not going back there again. This park is too much for my nerves. Hey, lady, no need to get so worked up. It could be a nice alien for all we know.
Thanks, Em.
What? Just stick with my wife for now. I'll come find you when we have questions. And try not to take her too literally for your nerves' sake.
Also, completely random. It's interesting to see Emily spelled with 2 E's.
Yeah. So that's M. So this must be Vigo.
Oh my god.
Buppy.
So puppy. It's insane.
Vigo appears at ease. Lost? Follow these simple steps. 1. Don't panic. Losing a hold of your senses isn't helpful. Stay concentrated and take it slow. Think before you start running around in all directions and lose track completely. Find your bearings. Take note of your surroundings. Have you familiarized yourself with the area? Keep your eyes open for landmarks, materials, and signs of potential danger. Dig deeper. We mole scouts know to think twice before we take a thing for granted. Don't stare at the surface, always start digging. Those shiny red berries might be poisonous, while that crooked tree might make for good shelter. Mr. Mole says, always bring the necessities when out in unknown areas.
Thank you, Mr. Mole. You are a true hero.
I can only assume David stole this book from somewhere on our road to Bridgeboro. All things considered, it contains some decent insights. The Arc Reader's scanner is getting a reading that is very slightly above the baseline. Lead canisters. It remains to be seen if we'll need any. Never know when a vial or two might find some use. A standard 20 milliliter plastic glass vial, a necessity for collecting samples.
Yeah, fine enough.
Museum, huh? I sure hope you're not planning on loading up another one of your big finds in the Oceanic. The trunk's still got that smell from last time. Besides, you've already got it cluttered up with all those necessities of yours. Are you growing a fungus farm in there? I might dumpster all of it if I see a box twitching. Don't start this nonsense with the trunk again. We're traveling lighter than usual, and you can never tell what ends up being useful. Oh, come on, it's just a joke. I'd prefer if you scope out this place quickly so that we can get back to our other, more important work. That's pending anyway. Do you have anything better to do in the meantime? And you think fishing around some stillborn crime scene for scraps beats idling? Honestly, I'd hope for at least a murder investigation. How about you go tell that to Miss Clarkson? Hey, don't tempt me. Someone around the museum has to know something. Let's not state facts before anything's confirmed. What if no one involved has any ties to the museum? Hopefully someone does. I wouldn't take Shelley's word at face value if I can help it. What's your read on this girl, David? She's no cherry, if that's what you're asking. You know what I meant. I don't trust her. That's all I'm going to say. Keep going. Think about it. Does her story make any sense? You think she's lying to us? She's certainly admitting. Everyone does it, and she does it a lot. I don't trust her. That's all I'm going to say. Any connection to the museum? Nothing I can think of. Not unless you tell me 5 hours from now one of her granddads was buried under the foundation. That's unlikely to be the case again. I'd assume it was someone she knew. Wouldn't be the first time that kind of thing happened. What makes you think it's that? Someone could have had a grudge. Rough her up, slap her around, scare the damn skin off her back. You think she's always like that, or is it's just the stress talking? And this is just what we saw before. Right. Let's get started on looking around. An investigation is divided into case scenes. These are fragments of a bigger whole and take time to make sense of. The context around a case scene can usually indicate where and how more information can be found that can help in solving it. If a scene section is marked in gray, it means you do not yet have sufficient information to fully solve it. A section marked in red indicates that all the necessary information has been collected.
That's nice. I like when games have that bit of pizza of, you can't solve this now.
How's Anna been doing over the holidays? I've been a pleased cheese. That's good to hear. My holidays were quite good. I got a number of new kitchen essentials for Christmas, and I used them last night to make some salmon glazed with mustard and brown sugar. That was delicious. So I'm very happy with that. Other than that, my extended family came home for the holidays. So I got to hang out with them a little bit. And I also went to a New Year's Eve party with an old friend. We've reestablished contact, and I'm hoping that that'll continue being a thing that I can do with him.
Nice.
Normally I'm elsewhere on New Year's, but ever since I've moved into the new apartment, I've been a bit more in control of my own schedule. So, as it turned out... Also, last year when we flew to Seattle for New Year's, I got very sick, and so did a number of other people in the family, so I doubt that anyone really wants to travel for New Year's again in the near future. That's probably also part of it. Everyone right around the middle of flu season crammed into an airplane. Not a good recipe.
Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Like, oh boy.
Yeah. I made some resolutions that I think are very reasonable. Big ones being to work more on my novels and on this streaming channel, as well as a game project that I have. I've got a lot of things going on, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to dedicate some more time to them. Right. Answer slots in a scene section need to be filled with the correct case pieces and inputs in order to be solved. Fully solving a case scene section could take some time and exploration. Individual answers may be clear to you even if you are still missing key information or the case pieces needed to fill out the whole section. According to Shelley Clarkson, the attack happened after sunset within the grounds of the Goddard Museum. Some evidence of the circumstance should still be possible to find. So one very nice thing that I'll say about this game is that the low poly graphics actually make it very easy to see what is meant to be a clue. So let's take a walk through and see what you can spot, Frog. You ready?
Right. Obviously the trash... I mean, there's no more trash can, but I would at least always peek into that, but...
Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, sorry, I was saying I would usually peek into the trash can, just like, in general.
Oh.
Also, my reactions will be slow because I am... well, delayed because I'm watching the stream, so that makes the...
Hold on. I just remembered. Yeah, sorry. Let's see here. This should keep you, I'm streaming on Discord, and that should keep you synced up with me.
Neat. Just let me know if that makes your connection any... that makes stream any wonkier, but it is easier for me, yes.
Yes, okay. It should be good. Alright, let's start over.
And I can actually hear the music now.
Nice.
Oh, there is that dent in the heads. Yeah. Okay. As
this is what I mean by the low poly graphics makes it pretty clear.
Yeah. Yeah.
The hedge has been deformed.
And where and on the grass itself. Okay. Yeah. There's all lumps. All right. And you can see more of it on the other side over there too.
Hedge deformed. You've stumbled upon a case piece. As indicated by the notifier icon, the case piece has been logged in your case notebook.
Nice.
So, as you can see, we've got automatic notes, but also we can write our own notes for every single piece of evidence.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay. And is there any times you can actually... oh, and it has a floating icon too. That's very useful.
Oh, it's more than that. Check this out.
Oh. Oh. That's very cool.
The person had difficulty getting up. Uncertain build and stature.
Okay, so now we can look at these others. Okay.
Flowers are recently trampled. Tracks are unclear, but the foot size could not have been very large. Hedge deformed. And a few loose pieces of cotton wool are caught in the bushes.
Interesting, okay.
So it seems like someone fell backwards over this hedge, fell into the flowers here, then ran in this direction, jumped over the hedge here, which is why it's deformed, and ran out.
Right, okay.
And somehow in all of that, we got some cotton wool caught in these bushes. Now, interestingly, there's no flower trampling over here, at least none that's visible. But considering the fact that we can walk through the flowers without trampling them, I'm guessing that that means that you can carefully walk through them. Which is why I think maybe that this is someone running. They're not being careful. The Bridgeboro Daily. Stanton tears at Wilkes over publication bill remark. Over the past week, Vanderbilt Governor Fred Wilkes has faced some minor but determined criticisms over his statements last week regarding the currently discussed bill that is set to institute new regulations on the production and distribution of printed media. The short-lived public outcry had appeared to have all but subsided until earlier this week on Tuesday, when Langham Interior Representative Dale Stanton made Wilkes and his remarks the subject of heavy scrutiny at a press conference held in Elisane's Hotel Perennial. Last week's statement by Wilkes crossed into a multitude of areas of interest. While it is true that the bill's subject matter is guaranteed to be contentious ground for this government, somewhat recent, Wilkes' statement had been called out in the past for their constructive leanings, which appear uncharacteristic for his party allegiance. In this instance, however, Stanton regarded the position as borderline solidarist. During a recent interview with the controversial but recently sought after Mr. Werner Baudrillard, we have been able to pick his thoughts on a few topics which have been at the forefront of the public's curiosity since the artists and activists something. Willard Company drops Mayberry product line, Baudrillard speaks, Provion has had enough, blah 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 blah. It doesn't seem like any of this
always
is...
moments of unconventional stardom. Always moments of unconventional stardom. There you go.
Ah, yes.
On the subject of the newly established, and then it can't go, and then I can't see from there.
Yeah.
So I just figured I'd read the ones I could read just from there, but...
It's perfectly fine. This doesn't seem to be particularly, relevant to our case at the moment.
At the moment.
For the record, that's not me, like, ooh, I have future knowledge. That's me genuinely not knowing if it's going to be relevant.
And I'm not here being the horrific detective, so, you know.
Yeah. There's a little bit here, but that just looks like some fallen leaves.
Yeah, from over here, so.
Barrel is full of fallen dry leaves, so they've been putting leaves into the barrels.
As it goes.
Metal trash can. Whoever it was, he must have been in a real panic. That or just completely wasted. Or mindless. Same thing, really. What is this stuff even used for? Every obvious explanation I can come up with is medical or cleaning related. But this cotton isn't stained or dirty, so it looks like it wasn't even used.
Yeah, this is discoloration, okay. Ah, empty. Dragged? Ah, yeah, okay. Ooh.
We now have a section for details of the incident because we have... I don't think because we got that specific thing, I think it's basically this opens up once you have a number of pieces of evidence.
Okay.
So it does look like someone dragged this barrel. But, like, that's not necessarily evidence of any sort of wrongdoing. That could just be normal, you know, stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's just over a barrel, yeah, okay.
Oh, hello, sir. Well, afternoon. Also, sorry for missing your thing, Base. Just me partying, I was drunk. Sounds like you had a fun time of it. Like I said, I'm just a can dragon party animal. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, never mind. I thought you were still talking about the. I thought you were still talking about the what you did over the holidays, but fair enough. Good afternoon. I'm looking into last night. About the big spectacle last night. You're the third or fourth bloke that's come by today. Right. Mind if you answer a few questions? I don't know if I should. That dog over there yours? Yes. It's a decent tracker breed. My cousin's wife's brother has one like it. You got a name? Yes, it's Vigo. Oh, after Vigo Spalding. A famous rock musician. During his golden years, Viggo Spalding became deeply ingrained into Insulandian popular culture, and by extension, the popular culture of numerous other world nations.
Fascinating. Okay.
No, it's from a movie. Underneath the Undertow, a nautical drama film from the two 150s. So Roman numeral 2, and then 150s.
Huh.
That's an interesting way of determining time. It tells the story of three men, Roy Marlin, James Braden, and Captain Viggo Harford, as they attempt to survive adrift in the Primedian Ocean following a shipwreck.
Fascinating.
Any issue if I look around? No, unless you're having plans to ruin the greenery, that is. Have a lot of people been around the grounds today? Has the scene been interfered with or moved around since morning? Well, it's a public place. People come and go. I did sweep the paths this morning. Did you notice anything different from usual then? The earlier you were here, the better. Just a whole lot of dry flowers and leaves to sweep. Didn't like it any when I found the flowers trampled. From what I hear, there was a stabbing or something. Some lady got locked in here, and she must have been banging on the gate something awful until someone came and unlocked them. Were you still here when it happened? Seems I missed it. I don't work that late. What time do you leave, usually? Oh, no later than 8, really. Yesterday it must have been 7. It depends. I only heard when I came in, this morning. What'd you need to know? It's just routine questions. It's Marl. So yeah, if you don't know someone's name, it seems like asking them about themselves sometimes gives you a name. Got a surname?
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, don't get me started. They were fine when I left yesterday, alright? It was those darn kids again, running about the grounds. This has happened before? Well, not too often. Every few months or so. But I can't be expected to guard the whole lot from the children, now can I? They'll be gone soon enough. It won't be a problem again. That sounds like you know where they came from. That's not your concern, sir.
Fascinating.
Want me to point you to a drugstore? Okay, he doesn't know anything about the cotton.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm not going to go through literally everything just now. If there's anything that you want me to bring up to him...
You already did a piece of cotton which I was going to ask you to do, so... I think we're fine.
I guess I'll ask about the museum grounds. My place of work, sir.
Yeah.
Who has access to the property? The grounds are open to everyone during the day, unfortunately. Even that section on the other side of the building? That too. Not every week, though. Management decides. Oh, hang on. Didn't see it. I was off work before it happened. Any idea who could have been here? Well, some vagrant could have snuck in. That's happened at times. But I don't for sure know which staff was here. There's a guard on duty, but I heard it from Mr. Straum this morning. We had a whole staff meeting. Straum? Yeah, he's the bloke that runs this place. Was he here last night? Don't know. Could be. Guess the last thing is just to ask about Shelley herself. Must be a troubled woman. Must be.
Maybe ask... Well...
Oh.
Yeah, that's fine. Again, maybe ask about the museum itself, if you have any thoughts?
It's alright. Pretty quiet on most days. I don't have business around the main floors anyhow.
Enough.
Makes sense. He's a groundskeeper. Oh, hello. We've got another dent. Flowers here have been recently trampled. Wide gate, but no solid tracks. Someone or something ran through the flowers.
Fascinating.
Yes, meet me by the museum tonight after closing time. I'll be at the small plaza. Make sure you're not seen. I am eagerly awaiting.
Interesting.
Old and musty-smelling paper, but it shows no wear from the elements. So it's recent. Drag marks and imprints of large boots. Recent drag marks. Dry flower petals. They are a different type from the flowers around them. We saw these same flower petals at Shelley's apartment.
Yeah.
Dried blood. Weeks old by the looks of it. So these barrels were moved. Some sort of dried, chalky residue. That's a locked door. That just looks like the groundskeeper's hut.
Makes sense. You got more about the blood. Oh yeah, awesome.
Rust mark is saturated and seeped into the concrete over a period of months or years.
That's very freshly moved.
Metal trash cans visibly dented in the middle. See, with the barrels, I can see that being completely normal. Snecko snoopery afoot, yes. I can see the barrels being, like, normal movement of things, but if this trash can has been in this spot for years, or at least months, why would it have been moved that recently that the mark is still there? Like, we say it's seeped into the concrete, but let's say that this had been... Oh, hello. More cotton.
Oh. Interesting, yeah. That's kind of hard to see.
Let's say, right, that this, this spot right here, this is where this trash can has always been, for at least months. Let's say that this was moved, like, a week ago. No matter how much it's saturated over years, I don't think that it would, when it remained exposed to the elements, that it would stick there for that long. Like, maybe we just assume it hasn't rained, but still. Like, this was, like you said, this one seems very recently moved, especially with the visible denting on the trash can. And with the cotton right there, and the hedge deformity, yeah, I think that it's pretty clear. Okay. Now we've unlocked this. And this is where the game shows its hand. The field studies are a collection of research on obscure and unexplained matters. Very often, when conventional knowledge fails you, it might be necessary to consult the studies for information that is impossible to find otherwise. In some circumstances, these pages serve to provide a much-needed understanding of what you might or might not be dealing with. The binder contains numerous pages covering many topics. Entries will become accessible as they become plausibly relevant to the investigation. Once a subject enters the pool of probable factors, it can be used as a solution input in the appropriate contexts.
Fascinating.
So, this is what we are. We are supernatural detectives.
This game is just Twin Peaks.
I think it's a bit more X-Files than Twin Peaks, but still.
Yeah, sorry, it's more X-Files. I haven't watched either yet, so...
Yeah. As you can see, there's a lot of things. Right now...
It is mind roaches. I hate that.
Yeah. One thing that I think is really interesting here is that, like, the implication is that in order to be a good, like, occult detective, you also just have to be an actual detective, because sometimes the answer is that everything's normal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to accept that.
As previously covered, reliable methods of universally detecting and identifying all categories of elusive and anomalous subjects and phenomena have not been established at this time. Below are listed a selection of identifiers that have been determined to be the most generally consistent but not entirely reliable. Anomalous infusion. Powerful anomalous presences and other localized unnatural phenomena can sometimes infuse their environments with unstable trace elements and charges. If other indicators have been discovered that point to the possible presence of unstable energies, caution is advised. Proper confirmation involves the collection of local materials and substances, specifically samples of the soil, plant life, and tree sap, which have proven to be the most energy absorbent. Observation of the samples with an unarmed eye and field tools has proven unsatisfactory, and advanced testing in a secure environment may be necessary. See trace element analysis. Erratic animal behavior. Figure 1. Insulanian lark. Most animal species have been observed to have a higher sensitivity towards effective emissions than that of humans. Symptoms include aimless or anxious activity, aggression, and dulled instincts of self-preservation. Certain animals appear to display a sort of attraction towards sources of unnatural emissions or energy types. The most common example are the various subspecies of larks, which I have observed to have a tendency to idle in close proximity to disruptive energy sources.
Interesting.
Inexplicable odors. Sites of strong anomalous presences can, in some cases, elicit sensations recognized as smells in individuals. These smells have no discernible source and are the same for all individuals present. Smells that can be described as that of burnt roses and of cooked meals are among the most common. Mechanical electrical instability. In proximity to sites, objects, and other types of sources which radiate categories of unstable, undocumented energies, a phenomenon is observed wherein mechanical and electrical devices— this handbook wasn't written by a human— undergo a rapid form of deterioration that results in the failure and malfunction of said devices. The more complex the mechanism and the more saturated the energy, the greater the chance of this occurring. Energies of this grade are in some cases visible to the unarmed eye, volatile, and hazardous to organic life. This method of identification has proven to be the most replicable and consistent, but it is also the least common, owing to the immense degree of concentration of disruptive energies, emissions, or currents needed for these effects to occur.
Yeah, that also makes sense.
Basically, if you get too close to really, really big disruptive energies, electrical objects might explode.
You can't prove that that's not just a form of radiation.
Yeah. Atmospheric raw current. The scientific concept of atmospheric raw current, which has been identified and observed since nearly a century ago, was initially widely publicized, but the research has been decidedly discontinued since the associated measuring equipment became regarded as unreliable in its applications. Beyond the utility of the equipment for loosely measuring and predicting atmospheric changes and patterns, I have acquired information and personally confirmed that these atmospheric disruptions originate not only naturally, but can also be detected around sources of some unnatural and undocumented categories of energy. The sensory equipment has proven capable of detecting, identifying, and tracing a wide variety of objects, organisms, and sites that I would classify as elusive or unconventional in nature. In a majority of test cases, this technology is capable of receiving readings from objects which possess strange and unexplained properties. The Oceanics arc reader system should be mainly used as an area scanner. The main sensor is rudimentary but adequate for measuring the disruptive emission levels of small objects if necessary. Not enough room inside dashboard to fit more equipment. Testing of the scanner gives satisfactory results. Radio antenna isn't ideal, but it gets us area readings in a radius of 60 to 75 meters, up to 150 meters for above average emissions. Dashboard's main sensor is most accurate when configured to 30. Oh, I am being told to sip.
Ooh.
Thank you, Bippy. Types of properties. For some emissive objects, the arc reader gives lower and lower readings over time. Trace levels of readings sometimes means decaying internal energy. Charged objects lose emissive properties after being discharged. When an object comes into contact with a transmissive, it retains emissive traces for a time. Any object with powerful enough emissions becomes transmissive, leaves trace energies. Passive property types. Observations have determined that there are distinct types of passive qualities that are the various encountered entities, creatures, and objects possess. These qualities determine their properties and their effects on their environment and external subjects. Here I have composed a list of the various property types that I have observed. The supernatural is radioactive? Apparently! This feels a bit like Ghostbusters, you know, that we've got the EMF readers. Inert. The object has no discernible effect on the environment or external subjects and does not possess any internal source of agency. Emissive. The object or organism produces or passively emits a type of ambient energy that disrupts the currents of its surrounding atmosphere. Transmissive. The object or organism has emissive properties while also leaving energy or element traces of itself upon its surroundings and objects it comes into contact with. So emissive is just, it disrupts atmosphere. Transmissive actually leaves bits of its own energy source. So think of it like a magnet versus a fire. I think that's the implication. Psychoaffective. The object or organism has emissive properties while also passively emitting some category of psychic waves that affect sentient organisms. Sensitive. The object has the qualities of an inert entity, but is at risk of undergoing significant change, deteriorating, or becoming active if its physical conditions are affected. Unstable. The object or organism is charged with an energy or force type which has uncontrollable, often visible, and potentially dangerous effects. It is critical that any and all subjects of this category are kept properly contained and away from the access of ignorant individuals. Okay. Well, I had noticed imprints of shoes, medium-large size, likely boots, worn by someone at least somewhat heavy. Hedge deformed. Someone dragged something through here. So, just off the top of my head, right? I'm thinking, you know, okay, I'm the spooky bad guy. I'm hiding here. Shelley Clarkson's walking past. She's gotten to about over near where the trash can is. Sneak, 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 sneak. Sneak, 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 sneak. Sneak, sneak, sneak. Boom! I grab Shelley. There's a struggle. She ends up going... Or wait. No, hold on. Okay. So, start over here, hiding behind the bush. Then Shelley's walking past. He goes around... back here. Running, because these things seem to be going in this direction. And probably grabs Shelley right here. This is where the hedge is deformed. Shelley struggles, gets free. And I pursue her over the hedge, which dents it. Obviously, I can't physically do that now, but you get the idea. Shelley starts running. Chasing. Try to grab again. Shelley falls over there. Run. Shelley jumps over here. Gets to the gate, starts banging on it. That's, like... It might be Shelley or it might be the other person who's making these marks, but I think that's the general path of what happened here.
That makes sense. It doesn't explain the cotton, but it's... As a path, it makes sense.
Yeah. It also doesn't explain what's going on with, like... whatever the hell this was, but I think this happened earlier. Because we had these... now, these drag marks look recent. So maybe it was Wall, whoever it was doing this stuff. This dried blood is weeks old, so that's probably much earlier. Oh, wait. Maybe...
Oh, also, we should probably ask the gardener about the bloodstain. See if he knows anything about that.
Good idea, yeah. Me dragging my arcane refrigerator to store the body.
But I just kind of love the way he taunts.
Didn't see that there. Some stinking mole got killed, probably. Let's hope. That's your best guess? Well, them moles are a real menace. Could be a hedgehog, too.
I see.
Oh, that's no good. I'll have to get it cleaned up. Can I ask what it is? Just garden work. It's, my concern, not yours. This guy's being weirdly cagey.
Yeah.
Then again, he probably thinks of us not as an actual detective, but as some fucking weirdo.
I mean, we are.
Some darned people, I swear. Nope, I haven't seen it. Is it possible you could have missed it? How long would it have been here? I think I'd have seen it there on the path. Well, my eyes are still good. The note says after closing time. Is it possible that means someone from the museum must have made it? Someone with access? Could be. But the museum and grounds close at different times. It was after the museum closed, the grounds are open for another few hours. Good to know. Satisfied your curiosity yet? I'm sort of missing the point of all this. David, let's be honest for a moment. We can't rule out conspiracy yet, nor that some creature got loose. You really want to miss out? Somehow I don't believe it. Maybe. Oh.
Oh?
Alright, I'm hearing some, First off, hi, Bumpy. Second, I'm hearing a
Hi.
little something through your mic.
Yeah, sorry, the placement of microphone on new desk has been weird, and I just realized that I needed to, like, reach for my controller, and it kept bumping into everything.
I see,
But-
got it.
Hello, this game looks like it was made using the same technology as Postal. It looks amazing.
Yeah. I just want to make something very, very clear. This came out in 2025.
Wow, this is recent. Like, I didn't think it was an old game, but I didn't realize how recent it was.
Yeah, this is a very new game. It is like this on purpose.
Good, I love that type of shit.
If
It's
someone-
absolutely nailing the vibe. It's really important to me when retro games hit the thing exactly right.
Yeah.
Look at retro-looking games. Anyway, sorry.
No, it's fine, it's fine. And like I mentioned earlier, right? The fact that everything's so low poly means that clues stand out a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I very much enjoy the whole texture and art style of it. Oh.
If someone was stringing us along, wouldn't your superb intuition have figured it out by now? Why did you say intuition like that? I don't hear any arguments. Fair enough. But I don't want to see you spend the next week digging around this garden. I suppose it is time we headed in and took a look around. How deep can this hole go, really? Oh, it's gonna go pretty deep, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's barrels? Someone's just moving barrels all over the place. It's only an observation. They seem to be using them to collect the leaves. I don't know everyone, you know? I knew it! Told you she's hiding something from us. We don't know that yet. Either way, this case just got more interesting. Well, that's mildly interesting. Any sign of a corpse? It's not that recent. Whatever it was, we missed it by a few weeks. Just our strung-up luck. Ash? I thought so too, but this doesn't have any smell. I'm fascinated. Cut down on the sarcasm, will ya?
Okay, that was hard to tell it was sarcasm until the next line, so I kind of appreciate the gratification there.
I figured it was because you had the little asterisks around the word fascinated. I always take that as like sarcasm.
Like I kind of like I obviously took it as emphasis on the wall, but I just wasn't so which way to take the emphasis. So
Yeah. Guy could have been taking a piss. You never know. Right. So the note. So that S. That might be Shelley.
it could also be strong, but it might be sorry, and it makes more sense if it was.
Yeah. David seems to think it's Shelley. I'm not so sure. This feels a little bit like it's a mislead.
Yeah. Again, there are two people whose names beginning with S that we know so far, so.
Yeah. Asking questions is the only way of getting some of the information you need. People generally have something to say on matters that relate to them. However, people are unreliable narrators. Some might be uncooperative, some might lie, some might have an overactive imagination, or could simply be confused. There's an ad break going on right now. Now, one note here, Vigo appears at ease. We had that whole little bit in here about how
Why?
animals have higher sensitivity towards affective emissions than that of humans. So the fact that Vigo's okay right now probably means that it's not like the entire museum is some kind of crazy bullshit. You know, I'm curious. Now that we know that there's, like, a thing in the car... Okay, scanner's getting a reading that is very slightly above the baseline. Now we know what that means. It means... it's an area scanner. So this whole area is very slightly above the baseline in terms of emissions.
Why?
This place isn't crazy supernatural, but there is something here. Let's not hang around here more than we have to, please. If you pick gossip, is this some sick joke? Are you helping me or not? Now, Miss Clarkson, can you remind me where the attack happened? It was down the path somewhere. I can't remember exactly. Beside the big paved area. Alright, I'll need you to answer my questions as accurately as you can. The information you provide could be crucial to getting to the bottom of your problem. I'll try. About that night. I was grabbed. He grabbed me and twisted my arms. I started screaming and I got away, but the gates were locked. How did you get in? They were unlocked when I got here, but I waited and they must have closed. Waited for what? I'd rather not say. It's not important. I'm not sure when it happened. It was dark. I wasn't thinking about the time. It was late when I got home. 9 or 10. Okay. So, assuming that map we saw earlier was accurate, that means that this probably took place somewhere between 8 and 9, or 9 and 10.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
I was being held. I was screaming, and he let go. Just like that. Someone called out. That's right. Not from the garden. It was from somewhere above. The building? There was a loud bang. I just started running. I ran for the gate, and the gates were locked. I ran. The guy, or whoever it was, he didn't come after me. He disappeared. And I banged and I screamed. People came to watch me, and they talked and talked and talked. I want to forget. But I got out, and I took off straight for home. I think that, like, I've been, like, not following up on the question, how did you get the gates unlocked? I probably can, but I think it's fairly obvious that someone eventually did let her out.
Yeah, like, I don't think you need to ask a person that's kind of, yeah.
Someone came down and unlocked it. Can you give a description? I didn't see it, I don't want to remember. Do you at least remember which gate? I don't know, what does it matter? It was one of the gates. There were people, and I just wanted to disappear. Alrighty. Yes, I was in the flower beds. I must have been. He pushed me and I tripped over, right into the flowers. Okay. I just couldn't get up. I thought I was done for. I only realized I was down when I got startled. This really loud bang, I got on my feet and just ran for the gate.
Interesting.
You couldn't think of telling us that earlier? I don't know, okay? So much happened too fast. Where was the attacker during all this? He disappeared. I didn't think about it. I took the chance and took off. So, that spot where... It does sound like she got pushed into the flowers somehow and probably, like, ran over them at some point. That's all accurate.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't tear my clothes anywhere, I think. It's not that kind of cotton. This is sterilized cotton wool for everyday use. I didn't have any with me. That's, I think, something that we can probably take her word on. That's not something that she would be an unreliable narrator about for the most part. The gardener? I don't know him. I've never been here before. I don't know if someone saw me, and I don't care. I ran for my life. Did anyone see you leave? Lots of people. Too many. I was banging on that gate. And someone came to unlock it. I didn't see who. I wish everyone could just forget. What about the someone who shouted and interrupted the attack? Any idea who that might be? A man, I think, but I would have remembered it if it sounded familiar. A man, I think. A shadow. It was too dark. He just appeared out from the hedge. I couldn't break free when I got grabbed. Did he hit you or pull out some weapon? He tried to put something in my mouth. What would that be? I don't know. Felt like some dead animal. I spat it out, of course. I screamed as hard as I could. Now, that might be the cotton. Come to think of it. Like, imagine if someone stuffed a mass of cotton in your mouth in the dark. You might confuse that for a dead animal. That sound, plausible to you?
Yeah, I think it sounds plausible. Yeah, it's like...
No, she doesn't know anything about that. Like a slap to the face. When it scared me, that's when I knew I was still alive and on the ground. I scrambled to my feet and went for the hedge. Was it close? Far away? Close, yes. No, wait, but it was so loud. Maybe it was. It wasn't too far. Got my heart in my throat. Do you have any recollection of what it sounded like? Wooden? Metallic? Thunder, I think. Maybe it was metal. No, it could be something blew up. So, like, thunder or an explosion. Weirdly enough, it doesn't sound like a gunshot. I feel like if it sounded like a gunshot, she would say that.
Yeah, like I definitely think there's like an explosion though. That's fascinating.
Yeah. Also, give me just a second. There we go. All right, here we go. What are you saying? That I had something to do with this? I didn't receive any messages or anything. Are you certain you don't know anyone that could have led you out here to ambush you? No, it's not possible. Not even Fred could have gone... Fred? A boyfriend. But that was ages ago, at least 3 months. I'm telling you, he had nothing to do with this. You don't sound so sure yourself. Don't you want us to get to the bottom of this? I suppose. When was the last time you saw Fred? There were 1 of 2 times after things ended, but that was months ago. 2 months at least. Were you on good terms? He hasn't threatened me. Normal, I guess. Dark hair. What am I supposed to say? Any detail can help. Height, age, build type, facial hair? He was taller than me, and not skinny. 30-something? He had no beard. Does he have a last name? I forgot. Never mind. Couldn't be mine. But it is odd. When I waited here that night, the ground was covered in blood. Bright red blood. But that can't be right, can it? It was dark, but I could see it everywhere. Oh gods, I can't stand this. Right, that sounds like a hallucination of some kind to me.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's like her being crazy type of hallucination. I think she's broadly trustworthy in what she's saying.
You think that it's some kind of weird energy kind of hallucination thing, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, now let's talk to M and see what Miss Aliens has to say about things. You know, Chris, I'm suddenly feeling the Black Lighthouse and Kane Ripper in the same thought bubble. What an odd set. A drama novel from the previous century written by E. Roberts. It's regarded as a classic by literary circles and the Department of Education alike. The story follows the generational struggles of a family inhabiting the only village in the vicinity of the titular lighthouse during the early 1500s. Or, no, wait, that's not 1500s, that's 1500s. Because remember, the way that we're doing dates is a Roman numeral followed by an actual number.
What?
Until we have a better sense of that, let's call it First Era 500s. Or Second Era whatever hundreds. Kane Ripper, a widely known fictional character serving as the antagonist for the contemporary horror movie series Night of the Ripper. There's some kind of common element that bridges the two. Well, the Black Lighthouse gets compared to Last Rites, which I watched eating the same kind of chips I ate when watching Saturday of the Sunset, where Dan Sefton stars, and he's also Kane Ripper.
Oh, okay, I
They feel connected, but they're not really, kinda.
I feel all actually.
Isn't it funny how our brain does that sometimes? Riveting stuff, Em. This couple is so fucking weird. I love them. Got anything on the murderer yet? There was no murder. And watch the alarmist language around Shelley. I don't know if I can say yet there's any real threat here at all, to be honest. Well, but if there was some danger, Vika would quickly sense something's wrong and let us know. You do know dogs can't do that. What I wouldn't do for a dog that can tell the future. I'll keep concentrating. Maybe I'll catch a brainwave. The lady tells me she nearly got skewered. Could be a lot of things. I don't have any confirmation she was targeted, but it's better to keep her safe than be sorry. She's perfect, yes. I'll need to see if anyone else was here last night. Okay. She doesn't want to talk about anything. Take it easy on her. She didn't even hear out my idea about the secret cloning facility. Art museums just neat. I can't wait to get to all these exhibits. Don't even think about going around touching things, Ab. You'll get us kicked out. I promise. I wish there were more pine cones. Jumping on flowers must be really good for the nerves, wouldn't you think? Cotton. From the inside of pillows? Do you see any pillows around, Am? I'll keep an eye out. I don't know. Old man gardener, wearing the skin of a man by day as we would wear clothes. Someone unknown. If only there had been an eye in the sky we could make friends with and ask about all of this. An affair gone wrong? That's too obvious. Boring. Unless that note is an ethereal manifestation created out of her deepest but suppressed desires. I wonder why it does that when it dries. The turning brown thing. Imagine if you had blood that stayed red forever. You could use it to paint and so on. Ghosts! That's one possibility. But not much has pointed to that yet. Why'd someone need to be in the flowers so bad? A gunshot. No, something falling? Or a really big meaty firecracker. We can't jump to conclusions considering we don't know what it sounded like. Regardless, not even 2 testimonies are worth as much as 1 piece of hard evidence. What a specific thing to mention. What if he gave her some kind of cursed ring that forces her to think about him every few hours? Or he's simply left an impression on her. Yeah, that works too. Sorry, I just really wanted to talk to her about literally everything because she's so great. It's Shadow, hello! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, I think it's about time we step into the museum. This door lead to? That's locked. Okay. Well. Hello. Looking to visit the museum, or? Sure, we'll need some tickets. Alright, tickets are 1 Liber 50 each. They're good for the whole day. We already know about Libers. Oh, hold on. How are you doing today? I am doing very well, Shadow. I had some medical stuff earlier that I had to deal with, but nothing too terribly important. And I just kind of felt like doing something today. Are you sure? It says 1 Liber on the price list, and on those tickets, they're both. Well, actually, that's the prices for elderly and children. I don't think so. You have the lower price listed as 75 cents. All centrally regulated museums are mandated to have their prices limited to 2 categories, which I assume you are since you appear in municipal listings. I don't expect there's a 3rd category that's being omitted, and don't try to twist it into being the price for dogs because I saw the no dogs allowed sign outside.
You know what? I like this guy a lot.
You know your stuff. Let's just call it a bit of light banter and leave it there. This ticket is standardized to a format used by other museums across Langham, but shows no signs of certification by the sovereign authorities. We meet again. Information costs money, mister. I'm just messing. Isn't that what they say in the movies? I didn't mean to be so thorny. You know, it's hard enough to get some decent conversation around here, even for free. An investigation? Cool. You're not from the police, are you? Are you finally shutting down the museum? No, nothing of the sort. Oh, I heard plenty. So there was this killer out and about. Someone saw the fight from in here and then jumped in to break it up, and then, I think that was it. Well, I guess the killer ran off, and there's this woman also. She has something to do with it. I wasn't here when it happened. At what time do you leave work? Oh, well that's... you mean, like, when did I leave yesterday? Ticket counter closes at 6. I hoof it out of here as soon as I can, usually. I'm guessing she's probably not going to have much to say about stuff out on the grounds.
Yeah.
He stares at me when I'm outside. He really likes to stare. Maybe he's just surveying the grounds. That's a good one. Mr. Director. He's not any kind of doctor, and I've heard that a million times already. It's like they all have this hang-up about the guy at the top being certified. So, Director Straum. Didn't see it. I learned when everyone else did this morning. Do you know anything about this cotton? What does it matter? No, apparently not.
That.
Do you have a name, ma'am? It's Laura. Last name? Blanche, but I'm not that keen on holding on to it. Sorry. Anything else?
When it comes to these kinds of games, I'm never so, like, when is asking too many questions. Sometimes you just want to, like, ask them everything you can without the space, because it's a good point that, yeah, some people just wouldn't know about things, so.
Yeah.
I can understand that from a, oh god, I don't want to miss any evidence and come back type of thing, but also, it's a video game. You don't have to worry about wasting people's time. It's your time.
Yeah, that's
Very
fair.
true. Very true.
Something there catching your eye? I'm thinking about this handbook. Didn't take you for a history nut. You being paid to give lip to visitors? I'm just saying, if you think it's cool, that's cool. It's 4 libs. That is 8 loaves of bread. That's a decent amount, but really. But you can have it for 3. God, she's so funny.
Actually, yeah.
Handbook on Pre-Modern Cultures. A commercial reader handbook on historical civilizations and cultures. Oh, Christ.
Oh, God.
Hurricane heritage. It's true that we come from the Westrish, but it's impossible to speak of the cultural history of Isuelaine. She's so funny. Anna, she's into you. I am a married man.
With a dog that we rub with our heart.
Imagine being married.
Uh,
Wish I could.
Although much of that British history saw them raiding and facing off against the Westrish and the Hamelings in the centuries before the kingdom of Isuelaine was formed. Remnants of Hercon settlements have been found all across the western and the southeastern seaboards, some as far north as Eelport. Groups with distinct ways of life in places like the remote corners of Estrenich very well may trace their cultural roots to the Hercons. Alright, I'm not going to go over all of these immediately. We're going to look into this more if any of these, like, come up.
Excuse me.
Alright, we are in the museum. Oh, hello. Okay. Found an area of the scene and tied to the time frame of alleged attack. Apparently we can solve this one now, so let's give it a shot.
Okay.
So the invitation is tied to the time frame of the attack, because we know from the gardener that it wasn't there the previous day.
Right. And the fact that it was fresh, so...
Yeah. Same with the trampled flowers. The dried blood is confirmed to be not related, because that was weeks ago. I think the cotton? We'll fuck around with this a little bit, but was anyone or anything waiting for Shelley at the museum? I'm gonna say yes, supported by the invitation.
Yeah, I'm willing to accept that.
Did anyone or anything pursue Shelley as she fled? Hold on. I need to look at this stuff again. I know we just got into the museum, but...
No, if it says it's solvable, then let's solve it.
Yeah. Oh, more of the residue right here. Interesting.
Right, okay.
Oh, wait, hang on, I've got something. Does anything indicate another human might have been present / involved? Shelley wasn't carrying the cotton.
Oh, yeah. Does that mark in green mean that that's specifically correct? Oh, that's cool.
It looks like it, yes. So that is correct.
So you can also say that...
This might actually be wrong, then. I suppose we'll see. Okay.
Maybe the footprints in the... Oh, try the footprints in the flowers instead on that one. Sorry, I know that's body forcing it, but also I feel like that's important. Yeah, footprints in the flowers, and...
Okay, so the invitation isn't confirmed to be related.
So I say was anyone waiting? Yes, but supported by the footprints, or footprints rather.
Yes, okay.
Okay. And in that case, it might be yes because of the cotton, if I understand how the semantics for this game work.
Okay, someone fell over the hedge into the flower bed, and then someone leapt over the hedge quite awkwardly but in a rush. So we think this is Shelley.
Right.
So I actually think the thing is, aside from these ones I think are not Shelley, but this is specifically about pursuing Shelley while she fled, and I feel like if there was something that pursued her while she fled, we would see something other than just her own prints. So
yeah, that's a good point actually. That's a good point. So okay. Maybe.
So yes, this is the thing that makes it an Obra Dinn-like.
Oh right, yeah, you already used pieces of cotton, right? So my brain is like, oh, we need these pieces of cotton, but no, you already used pieces of cotton down there. Okay.
Yeah. So basically,
you have to see right.
The shoe prints in the flowers. That is specifically the ones over here. These indicate that something was waiting for Shelley at the museum. So the attack happened here. Someone grabbed Shelley, tried to shove something in her mouth. She ran off. The thing is that's so weird is that she mentions, like, being pushed over. Yeah, it says here that someone was standing around here long enough to leave solid imprints in the dirt. So someone was, like, watching Shelley. The attack happened over here. And then somehow, like, Shelley managed to get all the way over here before either falling over or being pushed over into the flower bed. So, like, if she was grabbed here, then the bang happened and she was let go, how did the other part get all the way over there? I'm thinking either...
Maybe...
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, this is going to sound wild, but maybe maybe someone lifted that metal can up and hit someone else with it to make that sound like thunder, and is why it has a big dent in the middle.
That is a very good idea.
And maybe if it's going into the realm of supernatural, maybe it's something that was something that's filled with cotton, like some kind of plastic exhibit from the museum came to life or something. I don't know what the supernatural things it might be that could be that, but...
Oh, we've actually got 3 supernatural things to read up on.
Oh, nice.
Maybe she tripped over the hedge, unreliable narrator moment. That was the other possibility I was thinking of. That, like, she gets grabbed over here, the bang happens, she manages to shake the guy off, and then she kind of, like, wavers. I don't see why she would go like this, but maybe she actually falls over here. But then no, these footsteps are all coming this way. So I think maybe she, like, runs away, maybe sees something that spooks her, and ends up tripping over the hedge right here, getting back up, running, jumping over. Now, if we consider the cotton to be indicative of another person being involved here, it's notable that there's cotton here, but there's also cotton there.
Yeah.
So whatever it was over here as well, at some point, but didn't leave any, like, tracks.
It didn't trust the flowers, or
Yeah.
trample them, so...
Either way, we have our basic details, which are
Nice.
something was waiting for her, nothing pursued her as she fled. That's the other thing, is that nothing pursued her. Whatever it was, did not chase her.
It was more trying to scare her off from the looks of it, so...
Either that, or they were too busy doing something else to chase her. Like, if you suggested that someone hit them over the head with the trash can, maybe they were too busy fighting that person. Shelley wouldn't have noticed because she was running away.
Like, that is not what I'm attached to, because I just think it's amusing to hit someone with a trash can, but...
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Either way, I think that's a pretty solid deduction for now. Right. Let's check out the museum. Also, details of the incident too. Does Shelley's alleged attacker have a reason to remain near or keep away from the museum premises? Was coming to the Goddard Museum Shelley's own intention or idea? Did Shelley's alleged attacker have a human form and mind? Is this incident part of a larger series of events?
Fascinating. Oh yeah, the note on the supernatural.
I think we can assume that Shelley Clarkson was directly involved in the attack on her.
Yes, I think that's...
I'll put her here for now. So, this still could go either way on whether it's supernatural or not. Everything we've seen so far has a logical explanation.
I may have genuinely blanked off if you read the notes, the field notes, by the way.
I have not
No,
yet.
you didn't.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's read these first. Ghosts and hauntings. Suspected potential relevance based on context of the case and observations around scene of the incident. There are occasional, varied, and largely unexplained sets of circumstances during which the consciousness or intent of a deceased human or animal will become trapped in an intermediate state where it is still present in our world, but only partially, in an unstable and incomplete way. There are writings on these matters from all across history and the world, but many do not provide concrete or complete information on how exactly this occurs. Spectral presence. These effects can be observed both around a specter and more weakly in places connected to or visited by specters recently or often. A piercing chill in the air is the most common sign. While these presences persist, flames weaken or go out completely based on the size of the flame and the magnitude of the presence. Strongly anchored specters shed traces as they shift into a more solid form, commonly a dry, colorless dust, but sometimes blacked out. So the chalky residue in this case would be potentially a ghost residue.
That'd be interesting.
Spectral entity. Spectral entities generate an electromagnetic field around themselves at all times. Minor electronic malfunctions and dizziness can occur. It is also notable that the photos taken in proximity to a specter have observable smudging and distortions that make it difficult to capture an image of its form. Ghostly entities and the objects and places they linger around have transmissive qualities, generally. Some ghosts possess and inhabit objects, which besides the usual known effects become also cold to the touch. Specters and objects affected by them might display qualities connecting to the way they died. Objects and places with a strong emotional connection to a ghost might also begin to display the signs of a spectral presence. Some ghosts are tied to or anchored to a location or object. It is uncommon.
Makes sense.
Alright, what's a Night Stalker?
Fresno.
Oh, that's just that fucking image of the rake.
Oh. Oh, is that?
Suspected potential presence based on context of the case and observations around scene of the incident. Bridgeboro has a notable known presence of nocturnes. So, one thing I want to mention, if we trust our protagonist and narrator here, the supernatural is totally real. It's just that it may or may not be relevant here.
The thing is more amusing than anything.
Yeah. An elusive creature that makes its home in dark places. My research on the Nocturne has failed to produce any conclusive indication as to their origin or physiology. For this reason, I categorize them separately from other creatures. Owing to their aversion to any form of light, Nocturnes seek out dark, damp, often subterranean places where they can retreat during the day hours. Daylight is lethal to them, which is the most likely for their unusual behavior patterns. Nocturnes tend to seek out and select some large vacant container which they remain near and seal themselves in when not active to rest and avoid daylight. These vessels are typically isolated, hidden in a dark place, cabinets, tankers, dumpsters, etc.
Interesting, okay.
Nocturnes hunt during the nighttime and will avoid overcrowded and heavily urbanized areas. They stalk in unlit locales where they can remain concealed in the darkness. Though they primarily sustain themselves on small to medium-sized wildlife, a nocturne will not hesitate to prey upon human victims if emboldened sufficiently by a dark and isolated environment. The nocturne does not possess a human level of intelligence and is, in fact, unmistakably animalistic in its behavior and reactions. But there is some level of intelligence that places them above most animals, as they are able to skillfully avoid threats and elude detection. There is something uncannily human about their movement at times. Keep the lights on and stay in the light.
Interesting.
Transgressors are an exceptionally powerful and dangerous category of spectral entities. While most types of ghosts are trapped in an in-between state which does not allow them to fully cross over into the physical world, these ghosts are able to solidify their form and in this way are dangerous to humans. The process of crossing over seems to depend on some external conditions, such as repeating cycle, celestial body arrangements, a summoning ritual, or some other initiating cause. Though they have a form both as specters and as physical beings, transgressor ghosts do not retain a human-like form. This type of ghost is usually a person consumed by hatred or anger to a point where the spiritual remnant has been deformed into a monstrosity. So our possibilities so far are two types of ghost. Ghosts in general, and specifically a transgressor ghost, which has a solid form. And a Night Stalker, which appears to be some kind of, like, feral proto-vampire. At least in terms of daylight aversion.
fascinating enough that they give you these as an option to begin with. I like it.
Move along, fella. There's plenty of other things on these premises to stare at. We're trying to find if anyone here knows something about last night. That's terrific. Go find someone who cares.
Goddamn.
Here's some free advice for you. Stop nosing around where you don't belong. You're not police, are you? Then I don't care. Not your business. Upstairs. Stick to your business. Stick it somewhere else, Slicko. Okay, you're not helpful. Hello and welcome to the Goddard Public Museum, sir. Are you interested in a visitor's subscription? Or you're looking to organize a museum tour group for a future date? No, thanks. We're here on business. Ah, gotcha. Well, just let me know. If you're from out of town, you should definitely do a visit to the Bramer House. What's that supposed to be? It's a Newfrian restaurant over in Stratton, sir. Really famous. I'm sure you'll love it. And what's the significance of that? Who comes to Bridgeboro for continental cuisine instead of taking a flight over to Atley? We know about Bridgeboro. Continental, a term used to refer to the nations of the Eastern Atlian landmass. It's a slightly derogatory holdover from the times of the Continental Union and the End War, used mostly by Insulanians. Oh, there's a lot of continental heritage here. Much of the population has some descent from the Vermonds and so forth that came here way back when. Major nation of continental Atley. It's mostly known for its wine and beer. It's one of those cities, I think. Well, as long as that investigation is an investigation of the wealth of historical knowledge we hold here.
Amazing. I almost wish this game would give you a puzzle out of that one geography puzzle in Blueprints.
Yeah. I can't really discuss that, sir. I'm sure you understand. At what time do you leave work, usually? This time of year, the museum halts entry at 6 in the evening, and the halls are closed to visitors at 7. Is that when you left yesterday? Oh, I wasn't here yesterday. It's not our policy to give out names. I'm sure you understand. Alrighty. So, she seems useful if we have any questions about, like, the museum exhibits, which might be important.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I feel like, let's be real, we wouldn't have all that information on... Well, one... hold on. We have this book that tells us more about these, like, ancient cultures. And two, in here we have all the shit about, like, artifacts and types of properties that items have. I feel like there's gonna be something to do with, like, some of the exhibits in this museum being anomalous. And she'll probably be able to tell us more about that. Yeah. Ceremonial dagger, Berengian. Iron, bronze, slate. There is no dagger on display. Huh. Some of these cases have these little colored boxes, and some of them don't.
Oh, like real packs. Yeah, okay.
You see it, right?
Yeah.
I can't read them, so they're not like plaques. They're just colored boxes.
Yeah, my guess is when you're reading that's what you're reading from. Like, try to investigate something without that there.
Nope.
Oh, okay. No idea.
And even if they were plaques, then the plaques, then they're different colors. Like this one is light blue, and then there was like one over in this area, I think. Yeah, this one's purple.
Interesting. Okay. Hmm.
Oh, hello, sir. Have something on your mind? Do you work here? Sure, there's always work to be done, I suppose. I'm looking into last night, the incident, you know. Right, don't know what to tell you. Well, meet nonetheless. Around here, they call me Mr. Shanks.
Netherwest.
Don't see too many strange happenings around the museum, but I've heard speak, mostly about the surroundings in the woods. There's talk of criminals around these parts, and some of the new things they've been bringing to the museum makes me ask myself. Can you get more specific? Not really. I'm not familiar with the exact details. Simply hear things is all. Perhaps you'll get us some answers on some questions we've had around here. Did hear quite a bit about it. Wasn't here, though. Can't say who'd be here in the night, but Cavershaw was still here when I left. And then there's that Dr. Hess. I didn't even know he stayed that late. He must have been involved somehow. There's something with that one. You sound a little too sure considering you weren't here. Hey, people talk, you know. That's all. So, several new names from this guy. My job is I do the cleaning. Mopping, brushing, sweeping. Take some time. It's a big place, you know. Oh, wait. Never have been good with their names. They come and go so fast. They don't pay me no mind, and I don't pay any back. Seems a fair arrangement. Morrow? That's Julius Morrow. He's usually around the grounds outside. Don't count on coming across him anywhere in here. Wonderful. Now I know his full name is Julius Morrow. You sure she isn't making some of that story up? Alright. That's who runs the museum. I don't know him very well personally. Never have been good with it. The same thing there. Okay. You're trying to make it sound like someone died here last night. I don't know what I'd need something like that for. Wouldn't you have some of it around for cleaning? Oh, cleaning? Not the kind of cleaning I do. I guess that's fair. A janitor wouldn't really need that sort of medical cotton.
Yeah, now the doctor might have some use for it, but
don't know what to think of him. Keeps to himself, keeps to his work. Can't say I know him enough to say he had nothing to do with, you know. He was here that night, you know. Little bit surprised to learn that. He's alright, does his work well. What's there to say? I know her. The girl that sells the tickets. Not much to say. I was gone by then, but there must have been some folks still around. Cavershaw was here. He told everyone his side in the morning. Dr. Hess must have been here too. I know he was when I left. He was doing who knows what and past his work hours. One of the guards could be involved. I'm simply thinking. Never struck me as important. I guess it was brought away because of meager interest. Can't say for sure. We move things all the time. All sorts of filth comes from it. What about the drag marks? Do you know anything about those? Well, it must have something to do with that night. They weren't there yesterday. Oh!
okay.
Interesting. So they might actually be relevant.
And yeah,
I don't truly have a guess. Alright. Unless there's anything else you can think of to ask this guy about, I think we're done for now with him.
I think so. I always want to press about Fred, but I kind of might never get anywhere, so... Yeah, I didn't think so. Even though I don't think we'll do anything, but you're just curious about what might happen, you know?
The artifacts here are nothing of importance, but the red marble tablet in the North Hall should be of interest for what you asked. I have reason to believe it's an object of unusual properties that might hold some hidden power. Musty paper. That seems like the same paper as the...
Yeah. Secret yeah. And look the same, like text, like...
Yeah, they both apparently smell musty.
Any quick series denial?
Denies having any knowledge of this invitation.
Oh, okay.
It's just a small note. Yeah, these definitely look like... It's definitely
absolutely.
the same writing. And both
Same
papers...
writing, same style of paper, yeah.
So, I think that secretive invitation wasn't for Shelley.
Yeah, again, there's been at least 2 other S's it could have been.
Yeah. There's the unhelpful guard. Lion figurine. Also, guess base, the dagger seems to have been yoinked or at least taken off display. Actually, hold on. We can probably ask Miss Museum Guide about that.
But yeah, I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier.
Well, because we didn't have that at the time. We got that information after we talked to her.
Right, sorry, yeah. Well, I mean, I could have...
Oh, yeah. And we've got the red marble tablet now. Okay, those are things we can ask about. That ceremonial dagger was estimated to be roughly 6 or 7 centuries old. It was found in a burial mound in modern-day Walesia, country in central Atlay. The dagger itself very likely has some ritual significance, and it... Can I know why it's missing from the display? Oh, it is. I wasn't told. In the meantime, feel free to enjoy our other exhibits. I do like lion figurine. Ask her about it. I like cat carvings too. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like I can ask her about the lion figurine. It's not in my list of things.
Subscribe.
Here's a rundown. This one is for general things or things that aren't profiles or locations. So, running it down to pieces of direct evidence. Okay, so here are our 4 setups. First off, pieces of direct evidence. These are like objects, basically. This tab is for people. This tab is for locations of interest. And this tab is for basically broader questions about stuff that we don't know about yet. So in this case, who was the attacker and who were the witnesses to the attack? This is like us asking people a question about it. So, it's a very striking exhibit, isn't it? Not overly elaborate, but quite well carved. Has anything out of the ordinary been observed around that tablet? I don't think so. Visitors seem to like it. Describe tablet, Lendasian red marble. of interest. A significant few artifacts found at the museum are connected to the activities of blank. Passive function, emissive only, and manual function, enhancer artifacts. Huh. Okay. Do have a large amount of fury for people who believe that ancient people needed alien help for megastructures. Same! Oh my god, thank you. I could rant for ages about how much I fucking hate so much of pseudo-archaeology.
It's pretty infuriating. I can agree with you there.
Alright. Time for me to go on a little tiny tangent. Anytime you hear about some sort of like archaeological crazy bullshit, especially the concept of out of place artifacts or ooparts.
Oh, oops.
There's like 3 different types of them. There's obvious fakes. There's this is real, but it's not, like, people are misinterpreting it. And then there's this is real and people are interpreting it correctly, but it's also not a big deal. So as an example, if you've ever seen the Babylon Nokia, this is honestly possibly not the right stream for it, but give me a moment here. I've got my images section, so I can do this. So, okay, the Babylon Nokia. This is a thing that's sometimes held up in these like circles as an example of an out-of-place artifact. And I'm gonna show this to you, and everyone's going to laugh their ass off about it because it's so fucking stupid. Give me a second here. This is the Babylon Nokia. Frog, you can take a quick look at the stream. Like, this is obviously fake. This is just one of those fucking...
What? Not with me.
This is an art piece someone
Oh my god,
made.
that! Right, yeah, no, I remember that. God.
Yeah, so, okay. Then you get something like the Baghdad Battery.
I was going to bring that up, thank you.
So, as a reminder of what the Baghdad Battery is hold on a moment. Why are we looking at Egyptian Nokia? Sorry, Base got me started on talking about how much I fucking hate out-of-place artifacts. And I'm giving examples of my 3 typings of them. So, okay. Actually, wait. This image is perfect, because this will go over 2 things that I want to talk about. Alrighty. Alright, we're good. So this image right here, right? The Baghdad Battery is the thing on the left. This is a 3D render of it, but this has been found. So...
yeah, I remember that thing.
What it is you've got a clay vessel, a copper tube, and an iron rod. And the idea is if you put the tube in the vessel and then put the rod in the tube and you fill the vessel with like wine or lemon juice, it produces an electrical charge, making a very simple battery. And people say like, oh, that definitely means that ancient people had access to electricity. No. Because that wouldn't make any sense. The Baghdad Battery, even if completely filled with wine, would give you approximately 1 volt of electricity. Just incredibly tiny amount. You wouldn't be able to use it for anything. If we assume that people are using this at scale, then they would have to have millions of these things to do anything. Like, the fact that it can be filled with wine and make an electrical charge is a complete coincidence. You know what these things were for? They were for holding scrolls. You wrap the scroll around the iron rod, put it in the copper tube, and it keeps its shape. And you put the whole thing in a clay vessel so that the scroll doesn't get hit by the elements. It was just information storage. It's real basic shit. And the third thing is the Antikythera mechanism. So Baghdad Battery is an example of it's real, but you're interpreting it wrong. The Antikythera mechanism is the third kind, which is this actually is what people mostly think it is, but that's not a problem. So the Antikythera mechanism is a thing that was found on an island of the same name. It's basically a piece of simple clockwork, and it's theorized that it was part of an ancient orrery that was used to track positions of the stars. That's almost certainly exactly what it was. That doesn't imply that ancient people had, like, super advanced technology. Like, being able to know how gears work and tracking the stars with it is something that ancient people could do just fine. They weren't stupid. Like, this proves nothing. It's not an out-of-place artifact. It's an artifact that makes complete sense in the era and place that it was found in. The only reason you would think that it's an out-of-place artifact is if you genuinely thought that ancient peoples were completely, like, illiterate cavemen who needed help from fucking aliens.
You're telling me they're not?
Yeah. A couple other examples. I won't give like visuals on these, but a couple other examples, right, are like there's that one King Palenque's coffin, like the Mayan coffin that looks like he's riding a spaceship. That coffin is most likely meant to be turned sideways from how most people see the spaceship, and it's basically just him, like, lying down on an altar before the gods. It's, like, completely reasonable of the time imagery if you don't, like, turn it sideways and say that you see a fucking spaceship. Crystal skulls are in the obvious fakes category. Those things are basically anytime a crystal skull gets brought up in archaeological context, it's always some fake someone made much, much later to push a conspiracy. And another one that I see brought up often are the Viking coins that were found in the like in Canada, in Nova Scotia, I think it was. Which, like, yeah, those are real. There were, in fact, like, Viking expeditions to the Americas. Like, it's a whole thing. That doesn't mean they were helped by aliens. Like, do you not think that Vikings, the people who were known for building, like, boats and doing stuff with boats, wouldn't be able to figure out how to cross an ocean? It's just rank, like, I don't know what to call it, but it's that thing where people think that history always progresses very... It's the tech tree-ism of history. Like, the idea that, oh, the Vikings didn't know about all this other stuff that we needed to figure out how to cross the Atlantic. It's like, they had their own ways of figuring that shit out. It's not like...
Like hindsight is 50, is like 50.
Hindsight is
Hindsight
2020
is
is the
2020. Christ,
phrase you're looking for.
I found that twice. I'm going to walk into the ocean.
Yeah. We're viewing history like a tech tree when we really shouldn't. Exactly. It's not a tech tree. Different cultures have advanced technology on their own. When I say advanced here, I mean not that they had advanced technology. I mean that they advanced their technology. Advanced here is a verb. On their own, and it's not like, you know, the second that the Egyptians fell, that the Romans picked up all of the shit that they had. Knowledge gets lost. We unlearn stuff that we had learned. I mean, how do people not get this? There's a massive period of European history where pretty infamously a lot of knowledge got lost.
Even then, it kind of gets over-exaggerated as far as I remember from my own resource. Like,
Yeah.
wasn't great, but
What bugs me the most about it, like, obviously there's the racism aspect. People tend to think this specifically about Egypt because they don't think that, you know, basically they don't think that black people had the intelligence to build the pyramids, which is bullshit. But the thing is, right, that on a more broad level, people like to think that we are somehow significantly different in intellectual ability than our caveman ancestors, basically. And the thing is, I hold the pretty firm belief that people have basically always been people. Like, sure, we've evolved over time, but the timescales that evolution works on are so much bigger than the length of time that we've been around as something resembling humanity. I don't think that, but let's say between couple thousand BC and now, I don't think we've evolved our brains to become particularly smarter. The reason that we have more knowledge than the people before us are because we all wrote it down. It's an information storage problem. If you gave... Oh, hold on. Nerdletter got auto-modded for calling me a shill. Or more accurately, using the word shill. Yeah, Y says, I don't know how to row a canoe doesn't mean no one before me didn't know. And the thing is, right, that, like, let's say that you were in a place where you didn't have access to that knowledge and you needed to learn it. You have to spend a bunch of time, like, learning that shit. But nowadays, people have written down how to row a canoe. It's a completely, like, we have access to a larger baseline of information than anyone else in the entirety of history has had. And we've managed to trick ourselves into thinking that that makes us the smartest. We're not. I firmly believe that if you were to take a baby in, I don't know, let's say ancient Sumeria. Or ancient Sumer, right? And you gave him access to, like, everything we have today, he'd be as, quote-unquote, smart as any of us.
honestly, yeah, I can definitely see that.
So yeah, sorry about that, everyone. It's just that base bringing that up made me remember how much I hated that entire, like, thing. I am very passionate about this, and the funny thing is, a lot of the out of place artifacts that I literally just mentioned are in one of my favorite games, La Mulana, that uses them as puzzle solutions, and very heavily leans into that kind of pseudo-archaeology conspiracy. I'm fine with that because La Mulana is a fictional story.
Aw, man.
It's not trying to claim that that's anything about how our history works. Let's playing Assassin's Creed Origins, I was impressed they actually had the primitive cranes and other construction mechanisms that ancient Egyptians at the time would have actually used. That was the last game that Assassin's Creed cared about historical accuracy. Yeah. Anywho, I've had it paused for way too long. Apologies. Lion.
Lion.
Enjoying the old stuff? It's a great place to learn about history. And I think I'll do another run of the place.
I know it's not like actually meant to be human, but it's like the way it's like rotate when you talk to them is very funny to me.
Holy Rite Mask, Durkian Wood. I've encountered similar masks with strange properties before. Ooh. Oh, we can ask about that.
Nice.
Ceremonial, maybe used in rituals? Sacrifices? Possibly. Maybe used by a psycho for a certain attack targeting a certain woman. This guy. What do you think about him? Not sure. He has a lot to say, but it's all talk and no substance. Think he's connected to the attack? Could be, but I can't see an obvious motive. I remember, you kept explaining how tablets can't be tools. Instruments. Sure, even the most heavily imbued ones we know of are just passive. That stakeout on Hullen Street. Were the writings on them magical or something? Did you say that? I only remember swirling my coffee and staring into the cup. Interesting. So apparently tablets, like written on tablets, categorically can't be active artifacts. They can only be passive.
But I think you should add that to the list before you forget.
I think I'm starting to develop a mistrust for masks. What are the odds there's a mind reach hiding around here? A term we use to refer to humans with psychic abilities. Although it can also be used for persons limited to a heightened psychic sensitivity, it's more often used to refer to those who are capable of exerting a psychic influence on others. There's a small chance. Maybe there's multiple. Great, I'm gonna spend the rest of the day knowing I could be mind-raped at any moment.
What?
Now you're being a baby. It's highly likely we won't find any. Just stay alert. Okay. Artifacts with unnatural effects and a manual/directed function will be categorized here, since their functions seem to go beyond the known types of passive functions, even though there is some overlap. Unlike objects with only passive effects, these artifacts are manually activated and should be sorted here even if they have a passive quality, like being transmissive. Most artifacts with a manual use are already emissive by default. Manual function objects will be sorted as enhancers and instruments. Enhancer artifacts. These objects are used to amplify other powers, artifacts, and abilities. They typically have a recognizable form and associated use even as mundane objects. Some are capable of channeling and focusing existing abilities: masks, weapons, scepters, head ornaments. Some are objects of power, which increase the strength of abilities: flame holders, horns, infused stones. A large number of these appear to have some relation to ritual use or superstitious activities. So, okay, it lists weapons as a possibility. So the ceremonial dagger is highly correlated with potentially being an enhancer artifact, as is that mask. Instrument artifacts. This is apparently the one that tablets can't be. These objects have a manually activated and typically directed function which produces reality-altering/influencing effects impossible to achieve through conventional means. Artifacts that fall into this type are often strange objects with no apparent or obvious purpose. Some objects, such as woven fabrics, figurines, and most jewelry, excluding head ornaments, torques, and hold pendants, tend to indicate that even if the artifact has special properties, it has no manual function. Something's crossed out. Some materials seem to be inherently emissive no matter if there is a function. Rosite, soapstone, blood opal, birch, certain materials indicate no manual function. bronze only, iron only, cedar, mahogany, clay. Oh god, all of the things that we've been checking in the museum, it tells us what their materials are.
Oh no.
Materials specific to manual function artifacts: fur, opal, azurite, porphyry. Certain materials indicate an object has no unnatural properties: sandstone, shale, nickel, lead, or steel.
Fair enough.
The qualities used to determine an object's specific type only apply to objects confirmed to have any kind of special properties to begin with. Confirm first. Carved tablet plus spruce, no unnatural effects. Container plus wood, lignite, not manual. Weapon, blunt plus ceramic, not manual. Carved figurine plus polished wood, not manual. Ceremonial object plus brass, not manual. Brooch plus white gold, instrument. Animal motif plus granite, pine, copper, lesser object of power. Amulet and onyx, instrument. Mask and ivory, ceramic, spruce, enhancer. Tablet and tourmaline, passive function. Weapon, blade, plus bronze and any stone, enhancer. Amulet plus silver and amber, gold and brilliantine, silver and bronze and amethyst, enhancer. Totem and yew, basalt, enhancer. Enhancer? Question mark. Hoard and polished wood, instrument. Weapon, blade, and marble, enhancer. Marble and engraved surface, no unnatural effects.
Interesting, okay.
A small number of humans possess the natural ability to project and influence different forms of psychic waves. Experiments have shown these psychic abilities are of a similar nature to the forms of psychic influence observed from various psychoaffective objects. Psychic sensitivity is the more common expression of this aptitude, while the ability to notably influence and manipulate the minds of other organisms without additional aid is rare. Owing to the awareness of their own limitations and the fact that the influence of a mind reach can be strongly amplified when a multitude of mind reaches focus their abilities together, these psychically apt humans have a tendency to form groups with others like them. They seem to seek out artifacts which have psychic effects and functions as a way to increase the potency of their power. Objects functionally connected to rituals, such as masks, talismans, effigies, charms. So enhancer artifacts, basically. They have a tendency to seek those out.
Makes sense.
I've learned they arrange ritual artifacts, especially psychoaffective, in some places as a way to enable them to ensnare and mentally enslave persons who come near. There's a definite possibility that someone working at a museum would want to do this, right? That, like,
Whoa.
you have an easy way to collect a bunch of artifacts that enhance your power without it being seen as suspicious in any way, because it's a museum.
It does, in fact, belong in the museum. Unfortunately, DM.
Yeah. So there's a non-zero chance someone at this museum is a psychic.
Let's go.
Alright, we haven't gone upstairs yet. Excuse me, my boy, can we have a word? Ah, pleased to know you. My name is Mr. Stroud. I'm the director here, in case there was any confusion. So this is Stroud.
Ah, Mr. Director.
I understand you arrived here a little while ago, and you have with you a certain woman. Her name was, Clarkson. How is that relevant to you? You see, we find it deeply regretful what happened here last night. Deeply regretful it happened here, that is. We don't understand ourselves what happened in truth. I simply think there's no need for excessive publicity. I would prefer if the police would not be involved in the matter. I'm sure we can smooth things over with Miss Clarkson. I can't make guarantees, but we're only here to make sure of some things. We can do that without involving the police as long as you allow us to look into it. Of course, I won't stop you. Look around, it's a museum after all. And not to be unduly harsh, but she could be unwell in the head for all we know.
Oh.
Instances of encounters with the strange and unknown are often interpreted and written off as hysteria or delusion. In more ways than one, the overwhelming majority of the population are unaware and often unwilling to know what goes on around them. This means most people, but not all. Imagination got the better of her, you know how it is. I'm not ruling it out, but the situation still demands answers. I want the very same. There must be some perfectly harmless explanation. I will leave you to it. I'm sure this is all just a big misunderstanding. If there's anything further, you'll find me in my office over there. Okay. So he could have a motive for wanting us wanting to not get the police involved. He could be like involved, but I don't think that's enough of a motive because him being uninvolved could also explain why he doesn't want to involve the police. He's fairly open about his motivations for that. Basically, he's just worried about the. He could just be worried about the reputation of the museum, which is very plausible. Oh, that's the women's restroom, I see. Toilet that hasn't been cleaned in a while.
Washing your hands.
Ah, someone else. Cause baby, you're a white rose, baby. Must be the lyric to some song. Anything you want, guy? I'm looking into... You know what? Don't answer that. Can you not distract me? I'm trying to get my notes done and get out of here. Hold your horses, lady. I'm going... I said beat it, bozo.
Cooperative.
Ooh. Talisman early Westridge. Oh. Let the time of day advance or investigate a while longer first if you suspect there's more to be discovered.
Oh.
Time is able to move forward when enough information has been discovered. Inevitably, the time of day will need to advance for the investigation to move forward. While there is still obvious work to be done, it is best advised to get it sorted out before the time of day advances. Once there are no clear leads that can be immediately followed up on, the right move would be to simply let the time pass.
Interesting. Reading.
Talisman Early Westridge, Silver Emerald. It's likely to be of Veden origin. Looking at it makes me lose my concentration.
Oh, okay, so another artifact.
And yeah, now we have a button that we can use to advance time, it looks like.
What is the kit notes looking like?
Veden Talisman.
Or are the scenes rather is what I meant?
Still just this one.
Okay, yeah, there's other, yeah, okay.
Let's look around as much as we can before advancing time. That's the cataloging room. Sorry, it's locked. What? Ah! Hello, base! You know, I literally just realized that I actually am using the general voice chat here. I had completely forgotten, but it's fine. It's wonderful. Honestly, I'm wondering if I should even really be using a private voice chat most of the time for this. I mostly do that so that people have a place to talk that doesn't involve potentially intruding on a stream, and people who opt in can choose to. But I don't know. I may have to rethink that whole policy. Either way, it's nice to see you, Base.
Yeah, it's fun to stop in. I just, need to quack every now and then.
Yeah.
I understand that completely. A pleasure to meet you.
Likewise.
Well, Vin Straum, Museum Director. Study Room B. What's this door? That's locked. Don't have anyone I need to call. A number of notes and memorandums addressed to a Mrs. Mays. So that's a mysterious person. Encyclopedias on archaeology, linguistics, geography. Fiction novels. What's this? A box of old documents. There's a framed photograph of the museum staff dated May 2153. So second era 153. One person in it bears an exact resemblance to Mr. Shanks.
Ram.
Do hope the eras in this game don't overlap. I'm hoping, yeah, that they don't. That's a note that I'll put down for myself.
Makes sense.
Oh, yeah, and you mentioned to put down a note about the tablet, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to just categorize it away in the actual note, in the case notes thing, but yeah, a note on it just makes sense too, obviously.
Yeah. This is that same... Apparently it's Thursday, November 6th. I'm assuming this is today's newspaper. Didn't think to use the newspaper to check the date. We picked up a blank sheet of paper in case we need that. This one might be for Caversham. Sir, I am again writing about the shifts. I fail to understand why Robert is taking all the night shifts that I'm supposed to be having. I keep only having day shifts, which I would appreciate if I got my share of the night shifts, as it's supposed to be if it's possible.
Interesting.
So someone's annoyed about shifts.
An advanced Night Stalker.
A stack of seemingly new copies of the museum inventory. One seems to be the original, which has been given a signature of approval. Okay, so we have serial numbers, what the item is, the culture that it belongs to, and a classification column. Notably, not everything has a classification. So, like, 760 BAJ121 jewelry, Thelyssite, is TH331, but then the ceremonial decorations right before it that are also Thelyssite just have no classification whatsoever. And this does appear to be everything in the entire museum. Has Anna played Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop? I don't believe I have. I'll have to...
Ooh.
If you wanted to play that, put it on the in the Discord under the ideas section. I will check it
I'm
out.
moderately familiar with that. Neat.
I've never heard of this game. Set of spare keys given to Whistler. Lost his own and will be using them for the moment. Third time? More letters to Historical Association. Have to find someone who knows the people. Museum listings. Must check with Whistler in a week and have a talk with him if not found. Get started with October earnings reports. Woman locked into grounds? So this seems to be his general notes. Something on your mind, my boy? It's an instruction manual game. I've been real into it lately. Ooh, those are always fun. Tourism is booming these last few years. If we observe the trends of other museums in Bridgeboro and Langham, I believe attendance here is only bound to keep growing. We know about Bridgeboro. Langham is one of the larger interiates in the south of Greater Insuline. The geography is mostly flatlands, much of which are used for agriculture. You considering how you can make the exhibits more worthwhile to visitors? Well, I fail to see how that's related. Dude, come on, dude. I'm not willing to provide you with access to the rest of the museum. I highly doubt there's anything in here that would help explain that situation. but you have my most sincere encouragement to clear up all those nasty rumors. I was not here, but after speaking with the staff, I can say with some confidence that our employees had no hand in it. Surely you agree that the mere location of the attack does not mean that the name of the museum should be associated with this unpleasant situation. So you weren't here. What time do you usually leave? 6 o'clock. Right, that should be our gardener. I often catch sight of him working out there. But there is no reason to believe our employees had any involvement in this unfortunate mishap. Can you at least confirm which staff members were here? For their confidentiality, that's not information I can share.
I mean, fair enough.
Can't just give out names to anyone who asks. The janitor? I didn't know him by name. Rupert. Dr. Cavershaw is responsible for that subset of our staff. That is our senior conservator, Professor Whistler you're talking about. Right, so Professor Whistler. Yes, our guide should be somewhere out in the halls. She should be able to assist you if you have any questions about the exhibits. Okay, so this is an interesting note. Previously we had we have museum employee and Mrs. Mays, but I'm guessing that they're actually the same person.
Makes sense.
Dr. Cavershaw is our museum's curator. You should be able to find him in the curator's library most of the time. That is one of our employees. I suppose he does some good work. I don't speak to him on the regular. Okay, yeah, he mentions, once again, our guide. What about this staff photograph? That was before my time, I believe. I only took this position 7 years ago. Okay, so you're not currently useful. So there's one thing I really want to... here's the thing that I think is most suspicious at the moment, is the fact that apparently one of the people in the staff photograph looks exactly like Mr. Shanks, the janitor.
Oh, the Xander. Oh, I misunderstood. I got my names mixed up. The Xander. Fascinating.
Yeah, like... Why the hell? That doesn't look like him. Well, maybe a little. But it could be a relative. I've seen other people looking just like that. Okay, so maybe it doesn't look exactly like him. Maybe it's a relative.
Maybe.
I'm gonna ask Mr. Shanks directly about it.
Yeah, I'm curious about what he has to say about it.
Sure, that's my father on that print. Your father also works here? Worked. That was years ago, as you said. He did the cleaning, same as me. This line of work isn't known for being dynastic. It only made sense to take on his work after he passed on. Well, as it goes, it's a good deal. The place has its boons. Okay. Honestly, I'm not convinced.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can narrow this down. Oh, yes, that would be me. Yep, okay, you're Mrs. Mays.
Suffocation.
The photo from Mr. Stram's office, it's a piece of history. Please be informed that staring too long at the exhibit is known to cause vertigo, and we do not encourage it. Thank you. Judging by the mountainy region it came from, it's assumed it must be spruce wood, which the people assigned special significance to. You see, because of the scarcity of the spruces in those areas, the locals might have seen and venerated the wood as sacred. In these remote Durkian cultures, these masks might have had ties to customs related to local holidays and celebrations. Durkia, a pre-modern culture from the arid regions of transcontinental Atlay. The Durkian Empire was dissolved sometime in the last few centuries. So it seems like the supernatural is widely acknowledged by everyone, maybe. It sounds to me more like this is, you know, the kind of thing where it's how you would say, you know, oh, the ancient Indo-Europeans venerated spruce wood because they believed it had this or that property. Or do you mean the vertigo thing? I mean, technically speaking, something can cause vertigo without being supernatural, but that is very funny.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just like, oh, something about its construction is known to cause vertigo in certain people. It's the way she said it is fairly boilerplate legal, so I don't know how much that means, but it's possible that there's some acknowledgement of the supernatural. Did you know that masks have some relation to spiritual beliefs and ritual customs in nearly every culture? Have you noticed anything unusual about it? Unusual? No. Okay. Or, sorry. Now, what did the thing say about spruce?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I know that probably I didn't remember that direction.
None of these say anything specific about spruce being meaning anything in particular. Though no unnatural effects were for carved tablet plus spruce. That must be where mask plus ivory, ceramic, spruce, enhancer. Okay. So it's possible that that's an enhancer artifact. Let me, hold on. There we go. This... What the fuck?
Oh. Ha ha ha.
Huh.
That's not normal.
Carved runes.
None of that shows up in the build guide now.
Oh, lots of stuff. Okay. Veden Carnates and Veden Worship have shown up.
Interesting.
Practitioners of the Veden occultist teachings and faith. Traufavides are humans who prolong their lives through the ritual practices involving the consumption of human meat as a way to absorb the vitality therein. There is some speculation that they might be Veden spiritual leaders, and because of this, are the only ones permitted the privilege of an unnaturally long life. The process that allows this assimilation of vitality is a well-kept secret, but there is reason to believe they share characteristics with other Veden ritual practices. Custom dictates that a victim must come to a Tralfavide's sacred ground through no use of force to be an acceptable offering. It is noteworthy that the process does not appear capable of reversing one's age, only holding it in place. As a Tralfavide's age increases, the rate of aging becomes more severe, requiring regular consumption of human meat to ward off the decay. This process is unable to achieve true immortality, as after about 1,000 years, even with a regular intake of vitality, the body will begin displaying signs such as paleness of the skin and hair turning white. So they're like cannibalistic vampires. Vedans are difficult to understand or properly document as an associated group of people. On the surface, they appear to share many characteristics with the perceptions of them in popular culture, their connections to nature and their beliefs in old forces and powers. The most general way they can be defined is as a loose collective of nature occultists and worshippers of deities left in the past centuries ago by the rest of humanity. Their existence goes back at least a few hundred years, and there's cultures historically associated with their practices and customs going back possibly thousands of years, though it's not always clear if the oldest ones belong to this broad collective of Vedan cultures, or if that's the modern Vedan, or if it's that the modern Vedans adopt the gods and customs of ancient cultures that fit their worldviews. Cultures associated with Vedan beliefs and practices include, but are not limited to, the Orsetics, Berengian, Trojan, Early Wesrish, Aglacian, and Shiradic. Artifacts associated with Vedan cultures and rituals very rarely have any directed function, with a major exception being such artifacts that relate to sacrificial and summoning rituals. Unnaturally infused daggers often have secondary uses as enhancers. Artifacts that have connections to plants and wine are often used to host powerful energies, unless made of iron, but rarely have a ritual function. All engraved Vedan charms made of pine and bronze seem to be imbued with a kind of energy. Vedan-worn trinkets often have symbolic meanings or some psychic effect, but no functional use. The Vedans seem to have a sort of compulsion to mark their sacred ground with markers that encircle it. They use wood or stone or whatever else, so long as all the markers share the same material. Even when present in towns and cities, Vedans place a great superstitious significance on soil and having a spiritual claim on the places where they remain for long. These people venerate the natural world, but more notably, a fanatic minority among them reject human civilization and its constructed order altogether. I've noticed these runic markings around Vedan sites and inscribed on their objects. Purpose is not communication. Allegedly, they are used to passively invoke powers. I have seen them used on occult artifacts where the intention seems to be to amplify their effects and powers. Possible connection to rituals? Runes are strung together to form new meanings, not grammatical sentences in the conventional sense. The small strokes are used to give the meaning an active form, making it a verb. Okay, so for example, if you take the rune for arm and then add 2 little small strokes, it becomes arm verb, which is hold. And then fire with the small strokes becomes burn, darkness becomes hide.
Okay.
So on and so forth. Okay. So we have like a diamond with the top left cut out and then a little line crossing the bottom left, and 2 Jesus fish merging into each other on a popsicle stick. Sorry, this is just how if there's like runes and shit in a game that don't represent any real life thing, I tend to just describe it with what I feel like it looks like. That helps me remember.
No, I know you. I understand. That is, it's also amusing, though.
Okay. Okay, so that's Wellspring. That first one is Wellspring. But we don't have anything on the second one, it looks like. But putting 2 things together does help. So long plus strong is endurance, steady plus arm is steady arm, swift plus water, river, sacred tree. Huh. Okay. So we've got what appear to be Vedan runes carved in here. cleaning materials and substances. This must be like a janitorial closet. I'm really suspicious of Mr. Shanks, I gotta say.
Yeah. It's very,
Like, look, okay. I don't want to jump to any conclusions, or make any sudden leaps in logic that seem utterly preposterous, but the janitor might be an immortal vampire.
God. Seriously, I also agree with you.
Perchance, yeah. That's locked. Man, my knees are killing me. I knew I should have taken the bus. You wouldn't have any osmocillin on you, would you? You must really love the exhibits here. What? No, it's just a really good place to get away from time to time. This guy just seems like a patron. He's probably not relevant.
For now.
Burial mask, Limshanese limestone. Red rare pot, continental Westerish, red clay. Sarcophagus, Limshanese granite. Definitely not looking at the life-extending artifacts with malicious intent. This just goes back outside, I see. Okay. Oh, hello. This is open. I thought I checked that one. Oh no! Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay. I think I'm putting it together. So, we have a number of colors. These probably match the colors on these little things that I pointed out.
Wow.
And what they correspond to are these classifications that are on some of the artifacts.
What?
Oh my god, we have to figure out what fucking classification system the museum uses for supernatural artifacts.
Oh, that's so annoying, Lamau. I mean, I love it, but...
Oh god. So this must be Dr. Cavershaw. Study room A is locked. Professor Gregory Whistler, senior conservator. Nice. We already have filled in people's first names based on that. So right now, what we know, there's Shelley Clarkson, Julius Marl is the gardener, Vin Straum is the director, Fred is Shelley's ex-boyfriend, who's probably not involved in all this. Laura Blanche is the girl at the ticket counter. There's a museum guard whose name we don't know. Mrs. Mays is the tour guide. Mr. Shanks is the janitor. Dominic Cavershaw is the curator. Dr. Hess is one of the workers here. There's someone who works here named Rupert, who apparently works for Cavershaw. And there's Professor Gregory Whistler. Ancient history of Insulane, archaeological discoveries in Bridgeboro. A bronze chalice. Its style and form seem familiar. Oh, hold on, actually. Textbooks on anthropology and linguistics. Morset. There was another situation with the visitor. With all due respect, but I don't think that engraved shield should be kept on display. Not to imply there's anything impossible about it, but it does seem to peeve the people with some regularity. To be completely honest, I've started to avoid looking at the shield as well. Maybe it's the stress from the visitors complaining, but it's just been straining my head to think about it. Morset. I do like shield that makes you mad as an SCP. Yes, state your business. I have some questions about last night. Believe me, I have questions too. Mind your intrusion. Someone shows up here asking questions after what happened yesterday. People might begin to presume you had something to do with it. I don't find myself interested in chit-chat at the moment. I cannot assist you with that. It's true, I was here. I was working in my office for some time. I surmised that it must have been past 8. I was alerted by a sound. It might have been a scream, but I can't be sure. Regardless, I decided to alert the night guard. In the main hall, I came upon Dr. Hess as I was coming down the stairs. He approached from the main entrance, you see. What he was doing at the museum at that hour, I cannot say. I was unaware he was still on the premises past his work hours. We spoke briefly of what had happened, and he proceeded upstairs. Then I found and sent the guard to inspect the building and grounds. Dr. Hess left soon after. We discovered nothing more about the incident. Until what time do you work? Until as late as my work demands. There's a mountain of paperwork I've been held up on for a week now. Okay, what do we ask this unpleasant man about? It's a quiet museum and not one used to controversy. In all my years, we have not been involved in anything so scandalous and disruptive. I was present in the building. I did not witness this so-called attack myself. Dr. Hess seems really insistent he managed to see it, however. Quite the coincidence. I don't have any knowledge of anyone else claiming to have seen what happened. He is the museum director, but most of the management does not fall under his responsibility. Nerdletter says, ask him why he's such a dick. That's unfortunately not on the list. Is this a police inquiry? No, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't poke around our employees' business. Mrs. Mays is one of the museum guides. A good employee, though not everyone gets along with her, it's true. A valued employee. I would ask you not to harass him. So it seems like, from what we're hearing, right? Vince Straum is the director, but he didn't seem to know a lot about the people employed here. He seemed to be very, concerned with other things. And he says he's only been here for about 7 years. It sounds like this guy's actually more, like, managing shit at the museum. We acquired that dagger in the last few months. I don't believe it's notorious or exceptionally valuable. Do you know anything about why it was removed from its display case? It needed to be inspected, if I remember correctly. Exhibits are brought out and put away all the time. Okay, so he says it just needed to be inspected. I'll write that down. Dr. Dominic Cavershaw, yes, that's me. He has not been with us long. It's often that we cannot account for his whereabouts, but I'm sure that is of no importance. I cannot be sure what reason he has to stay at the museum so late. The Lundasian marble tablet. Now, why would you be interested in that? Notification sound did not pop up, but yeah, do that. Yeah. I'm not sure I can, unfortunately. Has anything unusual been noticed about it? There's much interest in that one, from parties that are interested in buying it, you see. There are unpleasant rumors, some. Such as what? I have no wish to humor those shallow superstitions. Suffice to say, they are untrue. Understand, I have neither the wish nor the time to give you a history lesson. A trinket of middling importance. I had not started work at the museum at that time, but if memory serves me right, that must have been a relative of Mr. Shanks. Okay. Yes, that is someone who works here. I'm sure there are more productive and important things you can occupy your time with. So apparently he doesn't care about the carved runes. What about the chalice I found out in your office? There isn't much that can be said about that chalice. But why is it displayed like that? It could have just as well been placed in storage or in the halls with everything else. Something was needed to complete that cabinet, and it seemed the best fit. That's about all. The Hamling Shield exhibit has been taken down because it was found distasteful by some of our visitors. One of our museum guides. Okay. That's everything obvious I could think of to ask him about. Oh, wait, loud bang.
So,
did he hear the loud bang?
that's a good point, actually. Yeah, that's when I keep being like...
No, I haven't heard anything of the sort. Apparently he did not hear the loud bang. Can't have been that loud then, or he's lying.
Yeah, that's true.
No, not that one. Yeah, it just says, I believe you already know she works for the ticket desk. Whoever it was that invited her here, it does not concern you. It's in the interest of the museum we find him and straighten out this matter. Willing to bet he likes feeling fancy, so he just swaps in a random artifact every now and then to look like a Bond villain. Anything you want to ask him about?
I'm not sure. I think you asked about most of the artifacts. You can ask about the blood.
Are you trying to stir up controversy? Are you implying something?
You know what? I don't know why I bothered. Yeah, that's about right, actually. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to this guy anymore for now.
Yeah. Did you ask him about the wounds?
I did. He said, I'm sure there are more
Okay.
productive things you could be spending your time on.
So helpful. So helpful.
Yeah. Well, it's a shield. Shields don't usually have any manually activated function. But what about the headaches? Emanations of some kind. Doesn't contradict previous encounters. Okay, hold on. And what was the other thing? Shoot. Right, there was something about the ceremonial dagger. Okay. So none of our other case sections have become solvable. But there's also this, which, oh boy. Museums in the know often use these classification systems to keep unusual artifacts away from staff and public access. It would be useful to determine if any of these categories correspond to known types of unusual objects.
And he takes the dagger again. Can you see what the dagger is classified as?
Yes. Oh, one thing to note.
Hold on. Let's look at the amulet. Hold on. That's actually closer and has a title. Another plaque.
Okay, it's blue, talisman, early Westerish, silver, emerald. Likely to be of Vedan origin. Looking at it makes me lose my concentration. Okay, so. Most jewelry, excluding head ornaments, torques, and held pendants, indicate no manual function.
What? So probably an instrument of some kind.
Or probably not an instrument of some kind, you mean?
Oh, okay. Wait.
Instruments are the manual function ones.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yes, I did miss. Yes.
Amulet plus onyx is an instrument potentially, but
Amulet plus...
silver and amber, golden brilliantine, all of those mean enhancer, but this is silver and emerald.
Okay.
Well, we can confirm it's not any of the materials that have no unnatural properties. Those would be sandstone, shale, nickel, lead, or steel. But it's not any of the things that are specific to manual function artifacts. It's not any of the inherently emissive materials. Okay, the materials for the talisman don't really, or for the necklace don't really tell us much. Now what we can do, though... What does it say here? Talisman Early Wesrish, Silver Emerald. That's a chalice. Those are metal fragments. Oh, sorry. Base says, doesn't that mean the loud bang was close to the incident if other people didn't hear it? That's a definite possibility. He also could be lying. He is just a low-conscience individual and collects talismans like a crow. Arrowheads. Effigies. I'm looking at everything early Wesrish. I am not seeing the talisman anywhere.
Interesting.
There's jewelry early Wesrish. Or not talisman, a necklace is the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
So there's 3 early Wesrish things here. There's a chalice and 2 metal fragments. There's some household items. Dress ornaments, metal weapons, redware vessel. Ornaments and trinkets, metal blades, arrowheads, jewelry. Coins, stone tools, and effigies. And a stone fragment, but not anything listed as a necklace. It could be one of the jewelry ones, but the thing is that neither of those are listed with a classification at all. Let's put a pin in this thing. Oh, hold on. Maintenance is locked. Lots of coins. Nothing in here appears to have any of those markings. Dear visitors, please be informed that the hall is closed for the season. Keckley Bottom Hall. Household objects, hameling, copper, iron, white clay. Oh, God. Oh, hello. Jewelry, felicite, gold, bronze, gemstones. I've seen similar jewelry with a connection to the occult before. Nemia has been added. an unusual species of pteropod that, while publicly known, has a list of behaviors unexplained by conventional sources. Officially, they're classified as Lamasia Lithoroptera. Bunch of stuff marked out, through which I determined that the reasons these pteropods nest and gather where they do are these. Their attraction to places of highly concentrated lingering memories and their ability to feed off of these psychic remnants. Nothing has indicated that pteropods are capable or interested in feeding on the memories of living organisms, so it can be assumed that they specifically target objects and places. They have a preference for older, usually personal objects with sentimental or ancestral significance. Ritually used objects, such as masks and circlets, appear to be highly attractive, which lends credibility to the theory that they are imprinted with the memories of their wearers. The oldest objects and places are naturally the most saturated with the resonance of old memories, which should be the reason why the memophilic pteropods are so commonly found in repositories of old objects, such as antiquaries and reliquaries. These insects are highly transmissive and shed a fine, fuzzy dust, which makes them easy to detect when in large numbers. Possibly.
As a side note, I may be wanting to sleep within the hour, but we'll see how things go. So don't worry too much time-wise.
Gotcha. Let's ask the guide about some of this stuff. We went as far as asking about the mask. That's the vertigo one. I'm not familiar with the meanings of the writings on many of the exhibits, sir. Perhaps if I ask one of my colleagues... I'm not talking about the exhibits. I mean the carvings marked on some of the walls. I see. That's not my business, unfortunately. The chalice in the curator's library? Oh yes, that's one's very dear to our museum's curator. It's a very old piece of history. Early Westrish, I believe. Have you noticed anything unusual about it? Nothing I can think of. I'd advise against touching it, however. Natural oils affect the metal, and I've been told touching the metal's not good for the skin. Oh, so you've been here before. I've just heard about that shield. What happened to the exhibit? It left our visitors with a very bad impression. That was just unacceptable. I'm sure you'd agree. In any case, it's important to point out this was a decorative shield and not one intended for combat. It's quite rare to encounter shields of that kind. Well, nothing unusual about those, but they are very highly valued. We're quite lucky to have them. The gemstones are quite interesting. It can be assumed whoever wore them at one time would have had to be influential and highly positioned. But try not to hang around them way too long. Security gets nervous. Wait, I put that on the chalice. God damn it.
Oh, been there.
Well, either way. There we go. This still bothers me. But at this point, unless we want to puzzle out... Security's locked, of course. the entire thing with the classification system. I can't think of anything else obvious to do. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not sure myself, but I like if we can solve the mystery of the classification, that's nice, but I'm not sure if we can right now.
The fact that that necklace isn't on the list bugs me.
Yeah, that's very...
Right, we were trying to, It was apparently iron, bronze, and slate. And it was,
What?
ceremonial dagger, Berengian. Let's see here. Bronze only and iron only both indicate no manual function, but this is bronze and iron and slate. Slate apparently doesn't have any notable things. Weapon, blade, plus bronze and any stone, enhancer. Well, it's a bladed weapon, it's bronze, and slate is a type of stone. And it does say that weapons are notably enhancer artifacts a lot of the time. There's also the note that the Veden Carnid... Was it the Carnid? No, it was the Veden worship in general. Artifacts associated with Veden cultures and rituals very rarely have any directed functions. They're not instruments. Major exception being such artifacts that relate to sacrificial and summoning rituals. Unnaturally infused daggers often have secondary uses as enhancers. Artifacts that have connections to plants and wine are often used to host powerful energies, unless made of iron, but rarely have a ritual function. Okay, so... We're looking for stone markers encircling the sacred ground. The dagger is also very suspicious when it comes to Veden shit. I'm gonna
yeah.
discuss some things with I'm gonna discuss some of these things with David, and then I think I'm gonna advance time. How does that sound?
Good to me.
Where is David? There you are. God, his feet are clipping right through the stairs. Classic. What are you thinking? I'm wondering if they're really emissive. If they aren't, then I got the wrong impression. We already talked about the shield. Dr. Sideburns? What about him? Really stuck up from what you're saying. Maybe overworked. If I understand it right, his work has a lot of overlap with others from the staff. Well, I can see it. If he was here that night, who can say? But not in a suit. So it's Veden, that means it does weird things. It's been true every time so far. I have no doubt it's Veden, likely has properties, but it's only a talisman. Last I remember, they don't have any associated functions, not directed anyway. Even if it has properties. So it could melt our brains off. If you want to test that theory, be my guest. They're Veden. Not these fuckers again. There's a few things to consider. We're in a large city. I don't know how likely it is any of them are around. They tend to gather in groups, and a group would find it difficult to conceal themselves this well, which makes me think they probably aren't here. Still, might not be a bad idea to be cautious. Let's just take it one step at a time. The carvings could be old. Real piece of work. I might just give him a piece of my mind if he keeps pushing his luck. Wind down a little. We're not trying to get thrown out. Gods, I'm hoping. He might just have it in him. But he's here today. Was he on duty all the way through the night since yesterday? Unless he was here but off duty. What about her? Her attitude's giving me a toothache. Well, it might have been a way to blow off all the stress after work. Yeah, no. She doesn't seem very likely. The names that keep coming up in relation to who was here during the attack are Cavershaw and Hess.
What?
Alright. For the sake of not stalling everything, let's go ahead and what do you mean it's gone now? Are you even sure you know what you saw? Okay, I didn't exactly see any glitch. I'm telling you, there's this banging. Like a pipe or a vent, inside the walls for several minutes, just on and on and on. Gritch, a mischievous and elusive creature that has the appearance of a hairy lizard. Do you realize how you sound? First of all, there's no... excuse me, sir. I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I have to ask you to come with me. Mr. Stroud would like a word. What in the God's damn hell is all this? You'll have to excuse the language, gentlemen, but this is simply outrageous. First that situation last night, and now this. In 20 years, I've never seen anything so unbelievable. When did this happen? Oh, I was hoping you could explain that. You don't appear any surprised. Do I have to specify we had nothing to do with it? I don't even see how. Can we even know what has happened first? Well, since you're so insistent of your ignorance, this is about our Limshanese exhibit. Setting aside the filth and the damaged property, there's this. The sarcophagus is opened, the mummified remains inside are gone.
Oh no.
And you just pop up here right after what happened yesterday. I'll be as straightforward as I can. Your presence is more than a little questionable. You think we're that crazy about your secondhand rocks? Maybe you should watch your exhibit. Hold on, maybe we can work something out. We weren't interested in that exhibit before, but we are now. On what basis do you even suspect us of anything? It's true they were nowhere near the hall when I got there. No one was in there except that dopey woman. Maybe she's not telling something. I think someone ate the mummy.
No, not the British, no!
I never meant to imply you are under suspicion, but these have been a trying few days. I expect answers. You'll look into it. I'm sorry, but they taste good. I'll consider it. It's not clear if it's in any way related to last night's incident. Very well. In any case, I'll instruct our employees to be as cooperative as they can in the effort to locate the Limshani's remains. You're good for now. But I'm watching you. What even is these people's problem? In my defense, I knew something like this was bound to happen from the start. I can't make any sense of this. We'll have to rethink what we're doing. I'm piqued. This is some neat stuff. Yeah, figures you'd say that. Well, if none of you were gonna say it. Cut it out. Alright, David, I'll need you with Shelley from this point on. If this has to do with her, it's not a good sign. Just call it babysitting duty and put my ego through the grinder, will ya? Where's Shelley now? Oh, right! Director's office! And you're with me. There's a few things to look over. Oh boy, this sudden development is a random accident, an improvised distraction, an improvised theft, a planned theft, a premeditated plot, a resurrection, an ancient curse, or an awakening.
Oh, that's so funny.
Setting aside the general types of curses which are known to cause chaos, death, and other misfortune to follow a target, there is one more specific set of curses which pertain to the trapping and enslaving of souls, typically within their own deceased bodies. These curses make it possible for the deceased body to be reanimated in a limited manner when the spectral remnant that lies dormant is reactivated. A dormant corpse will weakly but notably display the same distinct effects as any other spectral entity. Curses are most commonly sealed through the use of an attached curse seal, clay or lime, or inscribed words of binding. Breaking a seal will reanimate the trapped consciousness, creating a pungent odor. Looks like we've got M with us now, and David's with Shelley.
Fascinating.
Heavy stone lid's been removed. Oh. Timeline of the scene. Several metal latches along the outside surface that do not appear to have been damaged. Interesting. So the latches were open. Dirt is placed in the shape of feet facing the window. No clear shoe prints. These windows don't open, so it's not that someone came in through the window. Otherwise, it would be broken.
Left of it.
Multiple sets of footprints. A few persons stood here facing each other, most likely talking. Unclear tracks in this spilled dirt. A large impression has been smeared in one direction. Dirt appears to have been smudged over. What must have been tracked are now only barely identifiable spots in the dirt. Wait, what the hell is that? There's like a little thingy there. A metallic opening in the display case. There is something flimsy inside the slot, but it's out of reach.
Bizarre.
Something. Holy shit!
I would not have thought that. I would not have thought to have done that.
Yeah, just put your pocket knife in there, fish it out.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. They tell us that there's like fucking awful rake monsters hiding in the dark, and then they're gonna make us go down a secret passage with no lights.
I love horror games.
So, okay, there's a fucking secret passage? Question mark? Oh god, this is so creepy. Oh, I hate this. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. A nearly empty sack of dry fertilizer. You're fucking kidding me! Having come in here in the middle of the game, I was not expecting supernatural bullshit, especially not cryptids. There's a fucking secret passage that goes between the janitor's closet and the main exhibits that someone walked in. The janitor's a fucking vampire!
The warden's a vampire.
Oh Christ, it's the basement.
Christ.
Museum's inventory that have been marked as outdated. The copies at the top do not look deteriorated or old. Hold on. Okay. We now have another copy of the museum's inventory stat sheets that are apparently outdated. Charred piece of leather next to the furnace. Emptied and does not appear to have been used in the last day. Going forward, there will be some stricter expectations regarding the processing and disposal of furnace waste. To prevent the smell of ashes from seeping into every place those sacks are stored, you will begin mixing in silicon dust with the ashes so as to conceal the smell. I hope this is well understood, Mr. Marl. The proportion of silicon dust used should be equal to 1/10 of the volume of ashes so as to avoid any excessive waste of resources. Okay, so maybe that chalky residue that we said looked like ashes but didn't smell like anything is because it was mixed with silicon dust. Yeah, there's the silicon dust.
Interesting.
Mystery novel from the Train to Nowhere series. Do you Dry flower petals. We found that both in Shelley's apartment and, weirdly enough, next to the fucking thing, next to the flowers out front, and they were not the flower petals from the actual damn garden.
Yeah. Sound emoji. We said out loud.
Broom is wet. Must have been used in the last hour or so.
I swear there's gonna be a goddamn night dog in one of those barrels.
Land shark in one of the barrels?
Oh, Night Stalker.
Night Stalker, I see.
If there's a ranch neck, we have different issues.
I said land shark.
Yes, I know. Is this next part of land snack not talk?
Okay, to be clear, you're saying land snack?
No, sorry, I'm butchering my Zorman. One moment.
Landsknecht is a type of mercenary.
Yeah, that. There's a word for that not come from.
I don't
My brain
think
is telling me it
so.
comes from Sark. I'm just. No, never mind. This is talk for another time. I'm crazy. For some reason, my brain is telling me that it comes from Sark, but no, it's not. It's night. I'm insane, huh?
We can't
Sorry.
use the gas leak. We can't use the lighter down there because gas leak. Apparently.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Nope. Oh god, I can hear something. Up. whole fucking catastrophe. I swear, if I catch wind you had something to do... Isn't it your job to make sure this sort of thing doesn't happen? Get... Screw it. It's gonna be Preston's problem when he comes in tomorrow. That dog out front yours, Slicko? He prone to digging holes? Not really. But he said, you know what, forget it. I'm not gonna sit out there just to watch that mutt. Vigo has a track record of biting strangers that bother him. That's a heads up. Vigo? Is that like Spalding? It's not. Anyway, you better not think to bring him in here. No dogs allowed, you see. Sure, I'm aware. Am I supposed to know? You heard Mr. Straum. You should be doing what you can to help us get to the bottom of this. Fine. What about it? Where were you at the time? Just stick to the mess and stop with the stupid questions. Did you encounter anyone else? When I showed up, it was just that woman in the green here. Not a sign of anyone else. The entire hall was just turned upside down. Told her to stay there and went to get Mr. Straum. So I don't know what happened, Slicko. You know more than me, I don't doubt. Yeah, no, he still won't say his name. He is not useful. Yeah, maybe I did walk through it a bit. Big deal. Okay, so some of those footprints might be from him. There's something that's supposed to be inside it. A brown, wrinkly, dead person, covered in these rags all over. The woman, Martha Keene. She was the only one in there, and that's odd enough. And there was the man who pointed me there. He's got to have some role in the thing. But then there's you, isn't there? Can't think of anyone else around that fits this better. Staff only. Preston doesn't sound like anyone I know. You mentioned him. You said it's going to be his problem tomorrow. Did I now? I guess it's none of your business. She probably knows something about that sarcophagus and the bloody mess. Straum seems to agree. She was the only person there when I got to the South Hall and found it upside down. Okay, so like... This is just where everyone was at the time? So basically, it sounds like this is what's going on. Yeah, whereabouts at the time.
Why?
Oh dear, today sure is an odd one. Do I understand correctly that you saw what happened in there? I wouldn't say saw, but there was no one else when I got there. I gather it must have happened a bit before I came in. Can I ask your name? Sure, I hope it's all okay. I'm Martha Keene. That's Keene with an E. These are some nice lights. You know, my family used to own production on these kinds of fixtures. Well, at least partially. I remember when I was a little girl, it was a real thrill to visit the manufactory. Well, I'm willing to tell whatever I know, but it might not be much. How horrible. I hadn't even heard before coming. I hope that girl recovers nicely. About the ruined exhibit. It's really not my place to say. I hope no one got hurt. Did you notice anything when you arrived in there? There was already that whole mess, and there was just so much. It looked like it was already over. Oh, you mean right before? I was in the main hall, minding my business, looking around and all that. There was this awful clatter. Something must have broken then, I'd say. That's probably the vase getting knocked over.
Right, okay.
The doors of the hall were closed. I thought maybe someone got hurt, so I went and looked inside. The doors were closed. Oh, yes. Well, on both ends of the hall, from what I remember. No one in the hall, though. If there was someone in there, I wouldn't know where they'd have gone. Let me see. The main hall. Then I came in and there was no one in there, right? So then this other gentleman comes in. I don't think he works for the museum, to be perfectly honest. He comes in and he takes a picture. Can you describe him? Plain clothes, sweater, kind of dark eyes. I think I saw him around the halls a few times. What about after? So this man, he just rushed out of there as soon as he came in. Very quickly, the guard arrived. He was younger, told me not to go anywhere. Then it must have taken some time, but all the other people started coming. Staff, I assume. I couldn't really keep track, sorry. I just don't know. There was no one to be seen when I went in. Had to have been someone real fast. Alright. The museum has the right to remove you. A little late for that. I saw the awful state of that exhibit. And you'll be seeing it in the morning paper unless you give a good explanation. The museum doesn't owe you any explanations. It's clear for all to see it is a simple act of crude vandalism. Let's say I do believe you. Even if that's the case, it should do no harm if I collected some information. I have the photos, you know. Do you want me to walk out of here now? Or do you want me to get the full story and save both of us the embarrassment of jumping to conclusions? You're on thin ice, Mr. Broadtree. Thin ice. Hey, you there. Nosy guy. I've seen you snooping around. Let's have a chat. I know you're looking into this last night business. Well, I'm looking into it myself. I'm from the Bridgeboro Daily. The press. Shepherds of the masses and among the preservers of the veil that separates the known from the unknown. The well-being of the status quo always takes precedence over the truth, though most of them do not understand their role in the larger order of things. Nevertheless, it's advisable to be careful. What do you say? You give me info and I'll give back. You're exploiting the situation. That's a harsh way to put it. I'm doing my job. You want my help or not? I'll think about it. Don't think too long. Time waits for no one. Okay, so we have a journalist. You do remember the Pemberton scandal? Of course you do. I'm not familiar with local events. Well, it was pretty important. Had quite a deal of attention on it. I covered that, you know. That is, I did until they gave the story to someone else. My version was the higher of quality, even though unpublished. It appears that our interests align somewhat in these circumstances. I don't think that's necessarily the case. No, I didn't get any clear details, but the scene outside certainly paints a compelling picture. I have my sources, and I did manage to track down one of the pedestrians who were here that night. Here since morning, and I can't say I've noticed much that's of any note. But I understand the victim herself is with you now, Shelley Clarkson, correct? I wouldn't advise questioning her. She's been in a state of mental strain this whole day. In that case, I'm hoping you can share some of that information to avoid troubling her. About the ruined exhibit. No, I didn't really see what actually happened. Could it be it was a detonation? I'd rather keep that to myself. I'm not the one responsible, my friend. Mrs. Keene claimed that someone who sounds a lot like you arrived at the South Hall after her. Ah, you got me, friend. I was there. I did hear something breaking, but only because I was hanging around the main hall already. It must have been immediately after whatever happened, but unfortunately for me, I got there just too late. I only took a quick photo and got out before someone else comes in and starts throwing around suspicions. Kinda like you're doing now. Mrs. Keene claims that someone who wait. Alright, I'll tell you if you're so unwilling to be a team player. I suppose you figured I already found Mrs. Keene in the South Hall when I made it there. She looked as dumbfounded as anyone could be. Then I bumped into that pesky guard on my way out. I think he was coming in just then, now that I think about it. He popped up from the entrance in a real rush. I hadn't even pointed him to the hall yet. Ah, and the girl at the entrance booth. I think that covers everyone. Alrighty. Oh, right, yes, I might have walked over there when I went in that hall. It was open when I first saw it. There was nothing inside. Do you remember hearing anything heavy, like a heavy crash or a thud before you got to the hall? There was a sound, something breaking, but nothing loud, and I was fairly close, right at the top of the stairs. Why? That lid looks heavy. I expect it would have made a big noise. So that's what this whole commotion is about. I've never seen them myself. Okay. So I have thoughts about this. So there's a few persons standing here in the dirt talking. I'm thinking that this might have happened actually fairly early on. Either that, or this is the security guard telling these people to stay where they are. But the thing is, there's at least 3 people here, and we only know the security guard talked to Miss Keene. Someone goes and stands at the window. This is a very heavy lid, but notably, the latches aren't damaged, and there wasn't a loud sound of it being dropped. You know what that makes me think? It was opened from the outside.
Interesting, okay.
Obviously, there's, you know, oh, the mummy's gotten up and walked around, but I think that someone came in here. I actually think that multiple people came in here, undid the latches, picked up the lid of the sarcophagus, and very gently placed it down so as not to cause any noise.
Yeah.
The noise was caused by this.
Why? Okay, okay.
Vase fell. Could not have been pushed with much force. No tracks near the base of the display. Does not seem like anything collided with the stand head. These tracks, where someone came from the center of the hall, I don't think these are anything notable. I think this is someone who came through here after the fact. We know that both the guard and Mr. Broadtree kind of did that, and I suspect this is actually Mr. Broadtree. There's one set of footprints, though, that go over here. And I'm thinking, right, this has got to be the important set. Because this is someone who probably knew about the secret passage.
Yeah.
I understand Stram expects you to find whoever's behind our new problem. But how can he be sure that whoever did it is still in the museum premises? He's likely very wrong. I was expecting you could tell us that. Is there anything about the exhibit in particular that's unusual or noteworthy? I have no basis to speculate. This is the first time anything of the sort has happened here. Where were you at the time? I was professionally preoccupied and nowhere near the place of this accident. I cannot help you with that information. I hope you're finished. Unfortunate, but nowhere as devastating as the disappearance of the mummified remains. How am I to know? A few of my colleagues walked onto it, but I did what I can not to disturb the scene. I cannot say. It's unreasonable to think the remains simply came to life and walked off somewhere. Do you think that's completely impossible? Of course! Don't be ridiculous. It would be a cheap way to obstruct the truth, and you and I know that. One might foolishly assume that these remains awakened, but there must be more to this. Anyone would agree. A few of our employees reported in the past there might have been a noise coming from that hall. Only at times, you see, when it was quiet and still in the museum. That's nonsense, of course. I don't buy into it. Oh, you eavesdropped too, is that it? That business is between him and myself. Alright, you're not currently useful. There's Broadtree. Here's David. Oh, hello, that's new. Lavender tea bags. This is a nightmare. I don't know. I have no idea what any of this has to do with me. That fat man in the suit, Strauss, he called us into his office. I was with that... your wife. He wanted to talk to us for some reason. To me, actually. About what? A lot of bullshit. He was telling me everything is going to be alright. One of the guards barged in, they headed back out, and he said I can stay in his office. I was only talking to the big shot in the suit then, and your wife. There was the guard, too, the one with the blonde hair. Okay, so... Director's office. Strom was talking to Shelley. Or was it... No, obviously it doesn't mention M, so... It would have been Strom and Shelley. I don't appreciate how this day is going. Not one bit. I can't provide you with keys to the museum. I have instructed my employees to provide whatever assistance they can, but I believe everything you should be concerned with is confined to the South Hall. It seems to have something to do with the exhibits, but I cannot dare to guess what, or who's responsible for that matter. You're qualified to get to the bottom of this, no? I'll make it worth your while if you do. Well, I had this idea to give Miss Clarkson some reassurances. I don't believe it reflects well on the museum if she thinks this has something to do with us just because of where it happened. I was explaining some things to Miss Clarkson in my office when Swan came in to inform me of what happened. After that, we headed down and we got a hold of you. Ah, so that guard's name is Swan.
Finally, yes.
When Mr. Swan came in to find me, it had already happened, I suppose. I was having this discussion with Miss Clarkson, you see. There's this other blonde girl with her, not quite present mind-wise. That would be my wife. Oh, a charming lady nonetheless. Anything else you can recall? Let's see. As I was leaving my office and we were heading down to the halls, I do remember seeing Professor Whistler coming out of the men's bathroom. At least, I think. We got the rest of the staff together in the South Hall afterwards. Alrighty. Oh, you know Swan. He should be making the rounds downstairs. Thin young guy, blonde hair. That's the one. Yeah, we met. Okay, so we now know that this guy is Swan. Thank fuck.
That took forever.
Morsett's a guide. Whistler is senior conservator. Rupert and Preston are apparently Cavershar is responsible for them. That's no place for outside visitors. Well, please focus on amending what can still be salvaged. Okay. Hello, M. Oh! Oh, this is unlocked now. Fragile. TH311. Explanation makes no sense. There's nothing about these. SC346, Protected Heritage. Interesting. You're the guy Straum got involved to figure out that accident with the Limshanese exhibit. That woman, Shelley, she's with you now? You know Shelley Clarkson. Did you see her last night? I don't know her really. Only learned her name from my colleagues now. People talk. Last night I only opened the gate for her. I didn't know... I was wondering if she made it home, you know? I'm Hess, by the way. Joseph Hess. All right, Mr. Hess, you gave us a lot of good information that you were the one who opened the gate for Mrs. Clarkson. You seem nice, and you immediately introduced yourself. I like you.
He has been helpful. Helpful.
Yeah, I ride a bike to work. You get it, right? Not entirely, no. I find work takes up too much attention. Driving a car, that takes up too much of your thinking. If I'm driving and I get a little carried away, well, who knows? I wouldn't know where to begin. This is unlike anything I've seen. It's supposed to be a monotonous and quiet job. The night. Yes, I was here, but why should I tell you? I'll have to assume you could be hiding something about what happened to Shelley. All right, I'll tell you. Just don't make her think... Anyway. I saw what happened, or at the very least I saw something happen. It was right as I was copying notes. I recall that clearly. There was a scream. Must have been this woman. I didn't even think. I was immediately at the window. Had to open the window to see, but it was awfully dark, you have to understand. Down there on the path, I only saw someone was moving. Really frantic. I called out to see if everything's okay. The shadow jerked around a bit, then ran straight into the flowers like it was getting away from something. Could have been a person, I can't say. Okay, so it was Shelley that specifically ran and fell into the flowers. That answers our question from earlier. Which way was this figure running? To my right, so towards the back of the building. Oh, wait. That's the wrong way. Shelley was running the other way. So it runs into the hedge, then comes this really loud bang. It looked like he fell over. And at that point I noticed that to my left there's another figure, a bit slower, running the other way. I looked back for the first shadow, but it was already gone. After that I ran downstairs and I found this woman, Miss Clarkson, thrashing at the front gate. She seemed out of it, completely feverish. When I opened the gate she ran out immediately, and there were people gathered on the sidewalk. They dispersed quickly, but it was quite the embarrassment. It must have been pretty late. I was still here with the research, but it was already dark. I only checked afterwards, but by that time it was close to 9. Okay. So we know that Shelley got home at about 9 or 10. It sounds like it was between 8 and 9 that this happened.
What?
It's my research on the Haircon cultures. Sometimes I stay late to get some work done. One of the ancient cultural groups, the island of Greater Insulane. I don't think there's a rule against that. There's one more thing about last night. After she was gone, I went over to check the grounds, the place I saw them on the path. I found this stone thing, a sigil. It was right where I saw them struggling, near where the two paths cross. It was this round, pale stone disc, engraved around the circumference. It was broken into several pieces. Does anyone know about this? No, I don't know. I haven't asked. I really don't know what's happening in this place. Where is it? Can I take a look? I've put it away now. It should be safe. I just want to be careful about this. I'm not very informed about the exhibit, so I don't know what to tell you. You wouldn't... Well, if there is somewhere, there is the records. No, hold on, I don't think now's the best time. With Straum and Calvish already into their patients, no way they'd allow it. We had a meeting of a sort in the museum records. They called it out of nowhere. It seemed rather odd, really. Not to speak ill, but as meetings go, it seemed aimless and unneeded. Can I know who else was there? I don't think you need to know that, sorry. That's really as simple as I can put it. We were interrupted by the guard when he came to tell us about the South Hall. It was in pieces at the scene of where, you know, happened. After that. I put it away for now. It should be safe. What can you tell me about it? The material seemed to be soapstone, which isn't that notable. But I could only identify the culture of origin as Achillean. Those artifacts are hard to find, really. It felt somewhat warm all the time, and there's a little red stain in the middle. Is it blood? Okay, hold the fucking phone. Broken sigil. What was that again? Felt warm all the time. The lid is heavy. We get 2 people to lift it off when we open it for exhibitions. To be more careful, you know? That's exactly what I thought. I've seen them. It's a dried corpse preserved for thousands of years. Fascinating, really. It's wrapped in these linen bandages. Do you know that there were more than a handful of cultures in that region that practiced burial rites like that? Haven't heard about the cotton. That's the first time I heard about that. Did you notice anybody waiting out there? It was already dark. I was more concerned with my work. Oh, hello. Durkian figurines made of polished wood. Based on previous experience, these likely have some unnatural properties. Religious idol, Lundasian brass. Okay. Trying to check a number of places that previously were locked. That's just a staircase. Curator's office is now locked. Whistler's office isn't locked anymore, and neither is the study room. Okay. Oh, hello! Get a hold of Straum, talk about Clarkson, set meeting for 16:30 urgently. The meeting would have been right around the time the incident in the South Hall took place. Interesting! Okay. All right, Cavershaw. You were setting an urgent meeting right around the same time that shit was going down in that part of the museum. It could be a coincidence, but it's almost like you knew something. What is... Someone has not yet found use for anything else, so it will suffice. Remember what you were told and do your part. Low-quality books do not appear to be old. Old boxes and packages of assorted archaeological items. Durkian figurines made of polished wood. Similar to the ones we already saw. Okay, I'm turning off the lights just in case. I don't want to leave too many traces behind that I've been in here. Thank you, Professor Whistler, for leaving those keys lying around. Raincoat with 20 Libers. Herbal tea. Various papers.
Okay, this has been a blast. I'm absolutely in love with this game, but I think I should probably pop out now. I am getting tired, but I will repeat again. This has been incredibly fun. Thank you for playing it with, or for playing it and letting me solve things alongside.
Yeah. I'm now much closer to the point where I left off playing last time, so would it be okay, do you think, if I continued on my own?
Be my guest. Be my guest.
Wonderful.
Suddenly, I may end up getting this game myself sometime if we don't.
It is extremely affordable, as I recall. Let me do a price check on this.
Oh no, yeah, I already added it to my wish list, so.
Yeah, it is about $14 right now.
Yeah, that's not on sale. So if it ever goes on sale, that's totally worth. Even on its own is fine.
I originally played the demo right around April or so, and then I bought it when it came out in September because it was on my wish list. And I'm pretty sure I got it for around $8 or $9.
Oh yeah.
And for the quality of this game, that is a steal.
Yeah, definitely. At least even though it doesn't need to look graphically amazing, it does everything very well so far. So.
Yeah.
Okay, you can keep playing if you want, but I am off to bed. Good night. Sleep
Good
well.
night, Frog. Thank you so much for coming. This has been wonderful, and I've really enjoyed your presence here.
Oh, thank you very kindly.
If I end up doing this in 2 parts, which is very likely, you are absolutely invited to come back. Alrighty. Dr. Donald Blakefield, Director of Operations. So that's probably a clue. Now, study room. Study room, study room. Yes, yes, what? I told them to stop sending those packages here. How many times do I have to explain that the brick fragments go into storage? Just leave them with security. They know what to do with them. Wait, are you the package fella? I'm not. I'm here about the... Are you sure? I don't know. What did he look like? Oh, of course. How could I ever forget? He should still be at the university. I think he still remembers. Maybe I should get those Chesterfield tomes off of him. No, they threw them away. What were you saying? I wouldn't know about any investigations around here. Still listening, just driving. No problem. Perhaps you should talk to Mr. Stroud. He was looking into who broke the tea kettle a few weeks ago. No, a few months. Well, I saw it was getting dark, so I got my things and I caught the bus home. Or did I forget something? It takes about 30 minutes from here to Glendon, give or take. That's the Chariot bus. I'm not sure what time I got home, but it must have been 8:30 at least. So he's probably not involved, if he's telling the truth. So I put on the kettle and I'm looking for this one newspaper, but it's not on the pile I usually put them. And it's only then that I realize I left the radio on the whole day, just the volume turned down. But you're not asking about that, are you? Not really, no. At what time do you leave work? 7 or half past that. It's always been. About the ruined exhibit. A sarcophagus, tomb. Gas buildup in those things is common enough that it should surprise no one. Healy and Robertson cover this at length, even in the early studies. There was this instance in the mines of Argorius with 2 casualties from when the tertiary chambers were unsealed. So he thinks that there was a gas buildup in the sarcophagus that caused it to explode. I don't think that's really likely, to be honest. I must have been here in the study room. I don't think I had anywhere else to be today. Haven't ran into a soul for at least a few hours. I'm quite preoccupied. Dr. Cavershaw should have been at his office. The curator's library, that is. Can't speak for the others. Yes, yes. Okay. Does mention gases that come with curses. Oh yeah, the pungent odor. Right, yeah. So study room A. It's gonna be whoever this is. Oh wait, right, I need to ask him who he is. I'm guessing this is Whistler. Calcite? No, graphite. Page 54, page 92. Yes, I'm listening. Professor Gregory Whistler, that's me. Okay, so you are Whistler. So yeah, Greg Whistler is in study room A. Nice. Let's see. What do you know stuff about? Let's start with people. Can't really remember. Not right now. Marl? Oh yes, Julius is still around. That's nice. I can point to more than a few worse directors, no doubt. No, he doesn't know Fred. That girl is always at the ticket office. What's there to say? I see that boy around. Watch the temper. You might burn your hand. If you're here to talk my ear off again about how nice her bum is... Wait, that wasn't you. I know she has to be around somewhere. Mr. Shanks. Shanks? Yeah, he should be around. Tell Cavishaw I'll come when I'm finished here. Just a few more dozen minutes. I like this guy. That boy certainly knows his stuff. That's Joseph Hess. Except when he doesn't. Blast it, where's that pen? Rupert. Listen, boy, I'm not good with names, alright? I'll write. Doesn't know the name Morset. Can't remember the name Preston. Doesn't know Martha Keene. Doesn't know Broadtree. Donald Blakefield. Yes, I remember him. Not sure what his work was about. Museum grounds. When was I going to do that break? I was thinking of a walk. No, I haven't been in the basement for some time. Did I leave the groceries there? No, can't be. Museum records. Must have written a big chunk of that myself. The exhibits are out that door and down the hall. I see, okay. An elephant in a porcelain shop. That's all I can think of. Yeah, we figured out at this point that someone's knocked over one of the vases. What about witnesses of the attack last night? Sure, I must have seen that on the TV once. Okay, no, he doesn't know anything. What about the... He doesn't know anything about the cotton. No, okay. He doesn't know any of the stuff that happened outside. What about the exhibits? Oh, well, that banging at the station is just enough to give me a migraine. That's about the loud bang. Ceremonial dagger. Noticed faint glow in complete darkness. Something about the metal's reflective surface. Oh, shit! Okay, this guy can talk about... Okay. Alright. Tablet was fully translated. Highly elaborate recipe for poppy seed-based alcohol. I think that tablet might be a massive red herring. It's literally red... It's a red herring. Durkian mask. Untreated wood, evergreen, spruce, coincides with Third Durkian Empire period, but originates from more primitive cultures contained within territory. Yeah, okay, this guy's way more useful when it comes to the artifacts. Apparently he personally knows the exact details of every single artifact in the entire place. Wow. Thank you, Whistler. Okay. Oh, fuck. Veden Talisman. No good research on that one. Says it can't be examined. Horseradish. It's not like there's that many early Westerish talismans floating around. I should be in that photo. Strickle 2. Was it the 50s? Okay, so it's in recent enough memory that this guy's still around. Not familiar with any particular script of that sort. There were books. Must have seen some like that somewhere. Maybe something in the library. Ooh, we should check that. Right. Years ago, did a wipe of the surface with Belzer paper. Paper showed signs of magnetism. I'm not qualified to involve physics in my analysis. Okay. The chalice had signs of magnetism under Belzer paper, whatever that is. Is that a real thing? Hold on. I'm gonna check if that's a real thing. Nope, apparently not. Tried examining it twice. Won't try anytime again soon. Yeah, that shield seems very cursed. Emits unknown energy. What does that mean? Skin and muscle preserved fairly well, at least 1,000 years old, wrapped in linen cloths and bandages. Really, what I'm getting out of this guy is that he is very good at his job. Must have been incredibly well protected from the hostile high-altitude climate. Charred leather. Don't be foolish. I don't lose my shoes. Yes, broken things are brought to the museum all the time. Sometimes they can be put back together, sometimes they cannot. Huh? Where? Second Dirkian Empire. Well preserved. Unusual constant temperature. Internal source of heat. There was something... Was the heat rubbing off on things? No, that's nonsense. Maybe it was particles. Ooh. Okay, okay. So. Well, first off, there was the chalice, which had, Okay. Second Dirkian Empire. There is no way to ask about this without raising suspicion and risking alerting someone of our actions. Okay, fair enough. Okay, extremely useful information from Mr. Whistler. Now, no, none of the keys fit. I'm guessing most of those keys are to the stuff in that area. Hey, that's your dog out there, isn't it? What's he called? It's Vigo. Oh, yeah, like Vigo Spalding. No, it's from a movie. And aren't you too young to know that? Eh? Aren't you? I mean, you're older, but still. Well, right, he's from my dad's time, but how can anyone not know him? It's the Vigo Spalding. About the ruined exhibit. Oh, well, clearly the museum's trying some new publicity stunt. I swear, the boss is really going overboard this time. I'm here the whole time. Ticket counter, remember? It's not like they'd let me slink away even for just a minute. There was this muffled crash, but it was a while later that whole commotion started from the halls with everyone talking over each other. I only took a little peek of the whole thing then. Halls busted up good. It was around the time I heard that crash, our guard jogged inside a few minutes later. Haven't ever seen him that much on edge. You should have seen how he runs. He rushed in. Yeah, it looked like it. Don't know how he would have heard the crash all the way from outside, though. And there was this man that went the other way afterward. Visitor, ordinary looking, sunken eyes. He went in and out a few times the last hour. And that's probably Broadtree. Oh ho! Imprint for something heavy with a round base. I am considering, I think I have some ideas. I think I have some ideas as to what's going on here. I'm noticing things, but I want some more information. Oh, hello. Vigo appears alert. Brown torn cloth. Locked door there. On an ad break right now, so I'm gonna mostly use this time for walking and for confirming a few things. Random barrel full of leaves right here. There was another spot that looked like it had one of those barrels of leaves over there. Then there's a barrel that's been dragged. I was wondering why they would drag the barrel from here right over to here. That leads off the property. Hello. Gardener's shed is open now. We got a screwdriver, some more sacks of fertilizer, dry tree leaves, old worn gardening tools, and a basement key. Okay. Here's my thoughts, right? There's 3 missing spots right here. I originally thought that, maybe these barrels just got dragged over here, but I actually think these are 3 barrels that got moved elsewhere. Because it looks like all the barrels are supposed to be here, but there's a spot over here where there's a barrel full of fallen dry leaves. It's right near this gate that leads off the property. Similarly, there's more barrels over there. And this barrel got dragged over from here. So, at some point, the barrel got moved. It was either being moved out of or into position. So what do I mean by that? Well, at total random, there's just a barrel right here. And then we have a spot right here where there used to be a barrel. Imprint of something heavy with a round base. So we got a barrel here and a barrel in those other places, right? So, why am I putting so much importance on these barrels? Well, you see, in the Veden worship section, right? Compulsion to mark their sacred ground with markers that encircle it. They use wood or stone or whatever else, so long as all the markers share the same material. Even when present in towns and cities, Vedans place a great superstitious significance on soil and having a spiritual claim on the places where they remain for long. I think that those barrels are Veden marking grounds for sacred grounds, basically. Someone is trying to mark their space with metal barrels full of leaves, and because they're all the same material, they fit the they fit the MO, basically. They fit the requirements that these Vedans have for their marking grounds. So I think that's what's going on with the barrels, is that we've got Vedans. We've got Vedan script in the building. Specifically, it's in the janitor's office. Right in here. And said janitor's office also features a weird secret passage. Okay, turned off the gas. Storage from E1. A metal pry bar. Bloody ropes. Uh-oh. That's suspicious as all fuck. Bloody ropes. Collection of clippings and posters reporting missing persons in Bridgeboro. The most recent ones are from the last few months, while the oldest are decades old. Just a box full of missing persons posters and information? Huh. So I think you might be right about Shanks. Jesus Christ, that notification jump scared me right when I was going towards the door. Yes, okay. I think that there's definitely something going on. Some kind of electronic mechanism. The metal casing has been opened. Tomes on obscure cultural beliefs and practices. A significant few of them appear to cover topics of psychic influence. Astronomy and astrology, unconventional, concern topics typically avoided by mainstream literature. Another barrel. God, I hate this. So we know that partially means wellspring. Then more stuff on wall beside basin. A chiseled stone construction that appears to be a basin of some sort. The knowledge transcribed from the tablet proved to be accurate, but it will need to be kept away, for the bitter blooms react strongly to it, same as the vessel. I've deemed it sufficient that the tablet be kept in plain sight, but better to have its culture altered, lest it draws unwelcome eyes. Best that it be left uncategorized and unmarked for most certainty. Wallisian, Hamling, Limshanese, Croynan. A collection of documents detailing the personal details, living situation, and day-to-day routine of Shelley Clarkson. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. She was attacked on purpose. This is... Down here in the basement, we have found bloody ropes, a bunch of records of missing persons over the years, and straight up stalker documents on Shelley Clarkson. She was definitely targeted by something. Or someone. Still a gas leak. Storage room E7. Locked, locked, locked. Records archive. So that's the dagger. Yep, okay. Found in museum basement. I have no idea what that means. Low quality boots, medium large size, the soles are stained with dirt. Only things inside the pockets were 80 cents and a number of crumpled paper napkins. Today's newspaper. Rubber boots, large size, a lot of dry dirt on them. Marl. Locked and looks to have been banged up. S. Horner, which is a name we don't know. Shanks. Oh, hold on. S. Horner, locked. A long, dried, dark, oily stain seems to have leaked from this locker at some point. Bits of some kind of dried herb stuck in the cracks of the door. Stale smell around it that could be sweat or mold, and that's a nameplate that's been scratched out, apparently. This appears to be some kind of staff room. Ah! Ancient Esa statue that appears to be genuine. Stone trinkets. Lucerian. Granite quartz. An engraved metal shield. Looking at it for too long is giving me a headache. So this must be the shield that we've heard so much about. Oh, hello, who are you? Hello. Nothing to see here, sir. Did you get filled in on what's happening? We need the scene to stay as it is. Yep. Oh, I see. You're the guy that's supposed to be helping out with all that. Thank gods the snows haven't started dropping yet. They really getting their asses about the shoveling. Last year was hell with those October blizzards. I hear I gotta lend you any help I can spare to straighten out this messed exhibit. I guess I'll do what I can. What happened last night? I don't think I could talk about that. Straum says you have to assist me in looking into this. Oh, no, that goes for this exhibit that went and got trashed. I know what I was told about discussing last night. Let's just drop it, alright? About the ruined exhibit. How should I? I found out just now. Has anything similar ever happened that you know of? Here's what, buddy. The best thing about this job is it's all nice and quiet. If it wasn't, would I be here? At home, I guess. Why are you asking? Okay, so this guy just came in. And he doesn't want to talk about last night. So I'm guessing this guy has the evening to night shift. But I'd want proof of that if I wanted to, like, confront him about it. Can't believe Nick let this whole mess just slip by him. Okay, Nicholas Swan is the other guard's full name. This guy seems friendly enough, and he seems like he would know the low-level employees. So let's see if we can figure out any names or roles. If she had something to do with any of this, I'll just say I wouldn't be one bit surprised. I don't know much about him, to be honest. I see him around. Sometimes we talk. The times he stays late cleaning, that is. Oh. Oh, sometimes he stays late cleaning, huh? Alright, what about Rupert? Yep, speaking. Ah, you're Rupert. Morset, he should be working here. Preston, he's one of the guards. Strickle, know the name, can't say I know her. S. Horner. I remember someone of the sort. I don't know what he does if we're talking specifics. William Broadtree, the Bridgeboro Daily. If you have a story, call them up and ask for me. Don't you have a card? A card? That'd have saved me an ass whipping a few months back. Not a bad idea, friend. Lot less vigilant than the other one. Less crass, too. Something of a menace, that one. Nothing interesting with Cavershaw. Doesn't know Hess. I squeezed the gardener a while ago. Knows quite a bit, but not much about any attack. doesn't know a lot of names. Okay. So at least he got the name William Broadtree. Alright, I think we've seen at this point a few more artifacts. Let's see what Whistle knows. Psychology. No, you don't understand. My field is anthropology and in linguistics. Can't ask about the basin. Esa. Haven't seen one of those in years. Statues typically made from sandstone. Green ones are rarer. Those are quicklime. Oh, interesting. One of the great civilizations of the ancient world. Its imagery and history have completely seeped into the popular culture of the modern world. Thematic TV shows, children's encyclopedias, and costumes sold at supermarkets is only the surface of it. So, Esa is like their equivalent to our Egypt, I'm guessing. Now, interestingly, he says he hasn't seen one of them in years, despite the fact that this museum apparently has one down in the basement. Good number of the finds used to have gemstones in the eye slots when they dug them up, most of them taken by grave robbers. Okay. Hey Chris, do you think it's something, beyond human? Haven't found anything that points to that yet. What about the RCR? Did you check it? That's the arc reader. I set up the antenna. I'll check when I can. Oh, antenna's set up. Nice. Okay. Odd, I hope that wasn't our fault. So what now? We should be looking for those missing remains, and it wouldn't hurt to see if we can find where the records are. If there's anything strange there, we might know what we're dealing with. I wish I had a record of what I ate last year today. About the ruined exhibit. I was with Shelley, in the office. I was doing some looking at exhibits, and that Mr. Strahm showed up to talk to Shelley. First I thought he's there to give me a warning, but he talked only about Shelley, and they invited her to his office to talk, and I had to come along. What did they talk about? Something about giving condolences. He was offering a free yearly pass to the museum, I think. He was telling her there's nothing to worry about and such. That goes on until the guard shows up. That really scowly one. He starts explaining that it's like a bomb went off in one of the halls, which seemed a lot more interesting. Shelley wanted to stay, but I went down with Mr. Strahm to see. Pretty neat, isn't it? In this place, it's one incident after another. Either the museum has a tendency to have these strange incidents every day, or this is the mother of all coincidences. Isn't it odd someone would do this now? It's still daytime, kinda. Maybe an accident and someone is too embarrassed to admit it? Promise it wasn't me. Just stay alert. Whatever the cause may be, it might not be over. I'll tell you if I see another exhibit wake up. Okay. Imagine how long it's been around. If it's really old, it would have been in so many hands, used in so many rituals. Oh, this is just the pillow conversation from earlier. It looks impressive, almost like it wants you to pay attention to it. And why is it red? Is that a warning to stay away? A mask from Durkia, that's gotta be something. We don't find them often. I'm not overly fond of the type of people in whose possession we find these odd masks, Durkian or otherwise. So you are considering mind reaches. Is that our worst case scenario? I mean, a mask doesn't mean much on its own. We have to consider everything as one whole picture. If it's a talisman like that, I think it's a mind reach doing this? That was one time. Does it have to be really? Don't you say those talismans are made for mind trickery? Trickery of mind. Mentrix. I said it could be, and that's a significant enough distinction. Where are all these people right now? Surely someone would still be around. It's been a lot of years, Enough time for everyone to die? Enough time for every single one to leave, certainly. That means them. It's just the Vedans again. There's a few things to consider. We're in a large city, that's not typical for them. They tend to congregate in numbers, so either they're unusually good at hiding their presence or they aren't here at all. They left because the city was built. Then again, we're in the outskirts here, not really the most dense city area. I'll have to think about it. Old Bronze doesn't agree with me. I had this one bracelet. I suspect it bears some similarity to other artifacts we've come across. Likely Vedan, but I can't be sure. If it's Vedan, then it should have effects. We'll have to verify that somehow. If you stared at that long enough, do you think the headaches would keep getting worse? We've had more than enough run-ins with ancient jewelry like this for to now raise alarm bells. These ones even almost look like the ones from last time. Trinkets. They are probably emissive, but probably not used. Not instruments, that's right, for once. I didn't see any unusual rings or amulets among them. So it's an Archimen, which means we're looking for a ceramic human? Oh. Owing to archaeological discoveries of Giannine bodily remains being sealed in a terracotta body after death, stories have been written in the modern day about these Archimens coming back to life and shedding sand as they go about terrorizing people. We're looking for a Limshinese mummified corpse, withered most likely. Giannine Archimens have nothing to do with that. Limshin, half the world away, historical nation. Jian, a historical nation from across the ocean, mostly known due to popular awareness of superstitions and legends from there relating to terracotta-encased Archimens that are said to come back to life to seek revenge. In fact, we should drop the word Archimen altogether. It does nothing but confuse the situation. Was there really something in there the entire time? What if someone was hiding? What if it was 50 kilograms of silver? What if it's a nest? There are these latches that were used to hold the lid in place. I don't think it would have been possible to open it without unclasping those first. What if they were always unclasped? I don't know, but I can't see any obvious way of opening the sarcophagus without removing those first. Oh, it's an Archimen, obviously. This again. I don't think so. What do you mean? Dead body coming to life? The sand everywhere? It's clearly an Archimen. It's not Giannine. I don't know much about Limshinese burial rites, but I think it's more than certain they don't encase bodies in terracotta. But then where's the sand from? I have reasons to think it's actually fertilizer. What needs fertilizing inside a museum? Interesting, so that's apparently fertilizer. Hold on. Let me write that down. Sweet! There's rooms inside the walls. That must be where they hide their spare skin suits. I love her. She's so good. An old bag of secrets was burned. There's a small likelihood it's a bag, but it's more likely from an expensive shoe. High quality leather and tough. Burning shoes. That's gotta be symbolic for something. So we do think that the charred leather is a shoe. Imagine if the vase came to life and startled itself off the stand. Stone sigil? What about it? I'm trying to understand what it has to do with the attack. I'm thinking the monster jumps from the dark and is going to use his mystic stone disc to enslave Shelley. Wait, no, doesn't make sense. Why would it be broken, and why would he leave it behind? Did it find us? If they're warm, there has to be something. Didn't you keep saying that statuettes like this eat memories? Not exactly. People tend to place a great significance on them, and the material makes it easier for memories to imprint onto the figurines. At least from what we've seen. Ooh, so Nemnias could be here. A wing. In popular superstition, a Nemnia is a mischievous sprite who flies undetected around the heads of people, stealing their thoughts and memories. Due to the similarities, we use that name to refer to the pteropods who feed on the memories saturated in aged things. The field studies contain information on this topic. Just think how many memories everything in here is loaded with. A lot of stuff, and from all over the world, not just Insulane. Insulane is one nation, but it is less a country and more a collection of sovereignated interiates presenting as one whole. After several decades of intense cultural and economic warfare, it stands as the single truly global pole of cultural and political influence. They probably aren't dealing with that if they're doing their insect spraying. I'm more interested in knowing what the figurines are about, since there's no obvious reason to think they have a manual function, even if they have any emissions. Head scratcher. We should be looking for someone with rope burns on their wrists, or ankles. Someone sure is interested in finding all those missing people. So someone around here is collecting knowledge. A lot of it, on purpose. I've considered it could be mind reaches, but I don't think that confirms it. There could be other explanations. I don't feel it tickling in my brain. A stone basin. Construction. I don't know what that's for. What's most interesting is that there's no dust on it. Ooh! That's big! No dust on it. It repels dust. I think someone's been using it for something. Recently. If it's like other basins, I can only assume it can be used to channel some power or invoke some effect. A ritual? It's the perfect place, completely out of sight. Okay, so no dust on the basin. So Shelley was here before, or someone brought these here? Or it was all a plan. Someone here knows more than they're telling. I don't know. Okay. Lots of good information. It seems she talks a lot. For Laura, Nick Swan. All these museums have these guards always hounding us. I'm not stealing anything, okay? Mrs. Myers. I should get around to asking about the exhibits. Or Mays, not Myers. How long could it take to clean this whole place top to bottom? I imagine he'd be spending a lot of time here. Cavershaw sounds so serious. Hess, if he was here, he must have seen the whole thing. It's like theater, but real. Is he telling the whole story? I wonder what they do on these long shifts. Must be like one of our stakeouts. Whistler. He probably knows a lot. Shame all that knowledge and experience just gets wiped the moment you die. Someone unknown. I wish I had seen what happened. She's lucky. It's not very clear if she saw any of it at all. Yeah, she says. He seems happy about something, but also not. That person's unknown. Circle and Horner are gonna be unknown. I don't think I want to go wander around in the dark. I'll stay up here. I see. The records. A place of secrets. You just know we're digging up something there. Once again, someone showed up and disappeared, like Shelley's attack. It's something fast, something that can erase itself from existence at a moment's notice. Certainly left a big trace behind. Still don't have anything on this other stuff here. A secret passage. There's no way this keeps happening. It better have something to do with all this, because if it's a 10-hour sidetrack again... And now we're sucked in deeper. What's even going on in this place? You sure know how to pick them. I'm guessing if we find out whatever was in the was in the sarcophagus went, we would get our answers. If the museum has any records on the Libshanese exhibit, we should be looking into that too. It should be fairly straightforward. It always gets more complicated. What do I think? You want to know what I think? At this point, it's pretty clear this whole incident Shelley had was just a ploy to get us here. Man, she really played her part. I just know she knows something, and you're fine with us getting dragged into this quagmire? We're being set up. Need I remind you that it was us who tracked her down? Well, damn it, it can still go either way. We have no reason to suspect the two incidents are connected, but even if they are, we have no way of knowing how exactly that is yet. This whole thing just stinks. I mean, what are the odds that an exhibit gets wrecked while the museum's still open and full of people? The timing does raise some questions. And while we're here too, bumbling around investigating this attack, I mean, give me a break, just a happy coincidence. Well, there is a possibility our presence could have provoked something or someone, looked somewhat sudden and desperate. Or they wanted us to know about it. I don't like it. Feels like something's messing with us. We were together the whole time. I could have missed something. Aren't you supposed to be watching my back? Fine, let me think about it. There was that squat woman wandering around the halls. Odd that the guard was nowhere to be seen. If I had to guess, Strama has his office, and Dr. Sideburns would have probably been in the curator's library. I heard that's where his office was. That's a good start. Okay. I have my suspicions about the chalice, but I can't be sure yet. It almost looks similar to a few other artifacts from before. You're being vague again. It's the metalwork. It looks like it might be Veden, or at the very least be connected to one of the cultures. Okay. We knew that part already. You know what I'm thinking, right? I'm guessing it's nothing in particular. It's getting late and you're waiting to hear what I'll say, so you start with the exact opposite. Hey, I'd still like to get some sleep in before tomorrow. If you want to leave, I won't hold it against you. Your call. I'm not getting blamed for it like last time. The runes. They're Veden. Not these fuckers again. Oh wait, we already did this one. Did that one. We're looking for a 10,000-year-old pile of pissed-off bones. Got it. No need to get dramatic. It's probably no more than 2,000 years old. I feel better already. Base, so is this a roguelite? I don't think so. I think it's always the same. Can't you just get the reader from the Oceanic and point it at this thing? That's the arc reader again. It's not portable. What do you expect it to do? Ram the car through the wall? I'm inclined to agree with that plan. A lot of that could be from the airheads from the museum strutting around. Can't think of why someone would think to burn that. Did you realize? This is high-quality leather. Tough. It's what they make really expensive shoes out of. Huh. So why burn shoes that nice? Yeah, I've got nothing. A carved broken stone? What is it? Trying to understand what it has to do with the attack. Your new friend seems to think someone dropped it. Can we trust that guy? Let's say for a moment he's telling the truth, but why would anyone carry something like this around? Did someone involved have it with them? If the attacker was some creature, maybe the stone was attached to it? I don't know. I never heard or seen anything like that before. But keep in mind the blood print in the middle. It's too precise. That has to mean a person had it at some point. Even if he's telling the truth, it doesn't matter at all what it does. Someone carried it around and left that print. Either it was Shelley or it was someone else. We'll see. Let me guess. Shamanic? Some sort of ritual hocus pocus? It's plain figurines. There's not any reason to think they could have directed effects. Old dry blood, huh? You think someone was being held down there? Real fucking odd. I think you're thinking what I'm thinking. There's someone in this museum that's just asking for a whooping. Don't tell me there's a mind reach in the museum. I warned you it's a bad idea. There's some chance, but I don't think that confirms it. There could still be a lot of explanations for this. Such as... there's someone with a curiosity on the topic. So when do we inevitably get into a cool wizard duel with a monster? No clue. Or perhaps some wannabe thought the books could teach him how to do it. I think it's unlikely there's multiple. If there's one or two, who can say if they can even muster enough influence to overwhelm us? I'm thinking mind reaches and the Veden Carnid, whatever that was, the like immortal flesh eater are probably our best bet here in terms of what's going on. There's a lot of Veden shit around. There's some evidence that Mr. Shanks might be a vampire. And there's also a bunch of stuff that seems to correlate heavily with mind reaches. Am I supposed to guess what it's for? I don't have much to go on either. There's the question of why it's kept there, but it doesn't look like any other artifact I know of. But then again, a basin. Could be like one of those fountains or stone bowls, an instrument used to channel energy or alter matter. Unbelievable. Hey now, I never said that's not possible. Find the guy, we get ourselves a punching bag. And answers. Okay, yeah, we all agree that there's something real fucked up about having a bunch of documents on Shelley. Especially when she doesn't come here often. I don't get it, it's a statue. This isn't exactly the Grand. It's not even among the 5 biggest museums in the city. The Grand, an exceptionally large and world-famous museum in Lon Metro City. And yeah, Bridgeboro. At some point you ask yourself what a local museum has to do with so many relics from across the world. And how much trouble and money would it have taken to get one of these statues in the first place, only to end up tucking it out of sight. Unless someone was intentionally looking for rare artifacts and trying to land on something juicy. Got it. So yeah, that statue being down in the basement is potentially evidence that someone is collecting artifacts, and that's probably a Veden mind reach. What about him? What do you think about Hess? He seems a little too open and eager to share. There's gotta be something he expects to get out of it. He admitted he saw it. Could be that's not all. Really makes you think. Don't tell me you think he's lying. I'm just considering options, that's all, man. Saw him pass around the floor here. He seems a bit dopey. From what you're saying, he probably wants to be left alone. He puffs like a locomotive. I doubt he'd have stayed hidden. Thinks he's getting to the attack. I don't see how. I don't know much, but he sounds like the slowest bastard we've met lately. Maybe it's just a performance. Who knows? This guy. I don't know. What are you thinking? You're more familiar with that whole field than I am. There's no specific reason to outright distrust him, but that's no good reason to trust him either. We'll see which way things start leaning. Does seem awfully interested in it. A little desperate, even. Sounds kind of dull, but I'd keep an eye on her, too. The people you suspect the least are the most dangerous. First to arrive at the ruined exhibit. Maybe she is involved in this somehow, and we just don't know it yet. Okay. Let's see if we can get access to those records. I cannot agree to give you access to our records. You're an outside person. It's possible there could be information there that would help the investigation. I don't believe that's necessarily true. The incident was caused by a someone, not by an exhibit. Missing persons cases, having the museum associated with something like that would have been a public relations nightmare. Okay, he's not useful. Alright. I need to show... I think Shelley deserves to know, even if it's going to freak her out. Nope, telling her about the documents would create more problems than it answers questions. Okay. What do you mean? Do I know anyone who went missing? Are you trying to scare me? No, it's just a thought. I doubt it's going to do much, but let's see if we can get Cavershaw to let us into the records. I am perplexed as to why I should remind you that you are not employed here. No visitor areas in the basement. Okay. Fucking whatever, dude. Okay. Yes, how do you know about those? I've heard some things. I simply know that you have something of that sort in this museum. I was doing some research, trying to. I remember strangely they're warm, like there was a warmth to the surface. I wasn't supposed to be looking into those figurines. Were you told that by someone? I'm in no position to share that. Okay, hold on a moment. That could mean that they are TH311. Let's check something. card figurines, Durkian TI-96. There's a Holy Right Mask that's Durkian, that's TH331. So that's probably not that. Right. We haven't got the option to advance time yet, which makes me think that we still have plenty more to do here. Which means there's something I'm missing. Hold on, I should actually check. Oh ho! We can solve details of the incident too. Okay. Does Shelley's alleged attacker have a reason to remain near or keep away from the museum premises? I think it's remain near. But what evidence supports that? Human form and mind, definitely. Okay, that one I can prove for sure. Human form... Well, human mind is definitely proven by the documents on Shelley. And it's definitely part of a larger series of events, and that is supported by the missing persons articles and the bloody ropes. Yes, okay. That is definitely the case that there's been a series of kidnappings and possibly killings related to whatever is going on at this museum. Shelley was one of the targets. No, neither of those. No, it wouldn't be the cotton, would it? No. And the footprints are their own thing, so... Human form and mind. No, it's not that he burned his shoes. Yeah, no, okay. I don't know what part of that evidence is. Or maybe, hold on. Maybe the documents on Shelley are this. No, not the secretive invitation. What? Really? I just clicked on that kind of idly thinking that maybe... Oh, maybe someone used some kind of vampire mind control bullshit to... Or like some ability to see or to spy on her or something, but no, apparently that is the intent. Okay, I need to figure out some more stuff before I poke at it more, because... Reading slightly above baseline. I don't know what to think about some of this. There are those flower petals again. What is up with them? No one's commented on them, but I think they're a critical piece of information. There's chalky residue and all. This one is interesting. I suspect that the basin is an instrument. I suspect the dagger of being at least an enhancer. We know that the figurines have notable external effects. The heat. The shield. And the Veden Talisman. These all have notable external effects at least. Well, okay. I wasn't expecting them to get locked in like that. I was just trying to organize my thoughts. Apparently I was correct about all of these. Whatever that sigil is, I bet that's another instrument. There's that whole thing about how instrument artifacts usually are things that don't have an obvious purpose, whereas enhancer artifacts are things that do stuff outside of being an artifact. The mask. We suspected the mask of being enhancement. Wait. Holy shit. This might be it. This might be something. The Revenants and Curses section. Curses are most commonly sealed through the use of an attached curse seal, clay, or lime, or inscribed words of binding. Breaking a seal will reanimate the trapped consciousness, creating a pungent odor. So... Ooh, Revenant Curse to the tune of Chicken Jockey. I never saw the Minecraft movie, so I don't know how it's said. I gotta probably stop sometime soon because it is 6 hours and I've gone on to 2 a.m. But okay, so I feel like this, the broken seal that we're looking for, that's gonna be a curse seal. I think that whoever was going after Shelley was some kind of spectral remnant. Someone used a curse seal. Someone used a curse seal. I think that the body that was in the sarcophagus, possibly, has been being used by whoever the hell is responsible for all this, probably Mr. Shanks, to attack people and capture them in some way. By breaking a curse seal. That's why the shadow keeps disappearing. It's some sort of, like, weird ghost revenant creature. Might also be a summoning ritual for a transgressor ghost, but either way. Here's my thought, right? No, wait, this one. Details of incident. No to human form and mind. And that's due to the broken sigil. And chalky residue. No? Loud bang and chalky residue? Broken sigil and loud bang? Apparently that's not it. As for remain near, I think the runes. No, apparently not. Not the invitation. Okay, it's supported by the documents on Shelley. It was definitely someone at the museum. I just don't know if it's a human form and mind. I'm starting to think it wasn't, but I don't know what I can use to prove that. Bugging me. What evidence do we have on that? No, obviously not. We don't have anything technically connecting the two. This is bugging me. This might explain something, actually, that we were wondering about earlier. Now that I think about it, my theory might have explanations. So, like, okay. There's a bit of a weird bit of movement that we've been wondering about, right? That there's obviously someone who is hiding around here. But then the bad guy comes from back here. Like, if you started right here, I don't know if you would go all the way around. I was trying to rationalize that at the time, but it doesn't make a ton of sense. But let's say that whoever was here was the mastermind and summoned something that popped up over here. There's, like, at least 2 people involved. We know from who was involved that apparently there were 3 people who were directly involved, 1 witness. Let's say this was probably Joseph Hess. Present at museum would be Cavershaw. Yeah, there's 3 things here that are directly involved. Alright, I'm going to make a cold shot here. If I'm right, and this ends up being, like, all correct, then I'll have a much better understanding of what's going on. I won't be trying to brute force this too much, but I think I've got something. I think the other involved people are Mr. Shanks and the mummified remains. No, apparently not. So I thought that, like, Shanks had been using the mummified remains as a sort of henchman of sorts. But no, okay. Maybe it was being used as a henchman, I'm just wrong about Shanks. Maybe the staff photos are red herring. But I'm not going to make any more wild guesses. Hold on. It's this way. Actually, alright, I keep forgetting to note this down, but, you know, I wonder if the expensive shoe is evidence that maybe they've been burning the bodies of all the missing people. Or not the bodies, but, like, the clothing of the missing people in this furnace. Just to get rid of it. So people go missing. Mr. Shanks possibly eats the bodies. Clothes get dumped into the furnace. And burned, and this is a piece of a shoe that didn't get burned properly. And we know this has been going on for a while because there's this whole thing about the smell of ashes and its furnace waste. And we've been specifically mixing in silicon dust to conceal the smell, which might be notable if the smell would give away that it's like burned organic material. That's apparently two things. Hold on. No, hold on. It's under items. Okay. The ceramic vase is CA11 and SC346. So that's orange and, like, reddish. Apparently there's supposed to be an inscribed tablet somewhere that is more along the lines of, like, hidden in plain sight. We know the red tablet is probably just that recipe for wine that we heard about. Engraved tablet, Croydon sandstone. Interesting. God, what was that? I may have screwed up. I don't remember where I found that bit of paper. the furnace note. A stack of faded musty paper. That might be the same musty paper. Let me try something. This appears to be the same kind of paper. Okay. Oh. Well, okay, that's a bug. This stack of boxes doesn't have collision. Formal button-up shirt with smears of grime or filth. Interesting. Now I can't remember where it was, but we had a bit of paper. I could swear it was in the room with the stone basin. we had the bloody ropes. The missing persons folder. Here it is. Okay. The knowledge transcribed from the tablet proved to be accurate, but it will need to be kept away, for the bitter blooms react strongly to it, same as the vessel. Okay, so... Wait. Culture altered. What was the red tablet? Culture-wise. Uncategorized and unremarked. Or unmarked. So it might not even be the red tablet. There's a tablet. Bitter blooms. What the hell? Bitter blooms are probably... Hold on a second. Yes, okay. Sample of the weird flowers. That wouldn't work. I want to see if they react to it. Come on. Maybe that's not the vessel. Is it possible that the vessel could be the sarcophagus? So many doors here. I don't know where all these other rooms are supposed to even be. Yeah, the red tablet. Okay, it is catalog, apparently. Lundasian. So I'm not certain that this is actually the right tablet. Are there any other tablets? Okay. Tablet, tablet, tablet. Inscribed tablet, Lundasian SC346. You know, it occurs to me. I hadn't been thinking about it. But that note about the bitter blooms and such, it also implied that the tablet should be, like, categorized this way, left out, have its, the place where it's from be changed. And I'm thinking, right, who has the power to do that here? Like, in terms of who's actually doing the categorization, it's either Hess, Whistler, Cavershaw, or possibly Straum. But honestly, I think Straum probably doesn't know shit about that. He probably wouldn't be the one in charge of assigning that sort of thing. So it's got to be Caversham, Hess, or Whistler. And of the three, I suspect Caversham. Tablet, tablet, tablet. Engraved tablet. Engraved shield. That's 21. Inscribed tablet, Lundasian. Ah, Mrs. Mays, there you are. Perfectly reasonable explanation should pop up as soon as we find the culprit. Is there anything about that exhibit in particular that's unusual or noteworthy? What do you mean? I mean, has anyone ever noticed strange things happen around it? Have people observed anything before that couldn't be explained? Oh no, these superstitions are quite silly. I'm sorry, but that concerns only the museum staff. Did you encounter anyone else? No, okay, she's not talking about much. Contrary to what many visitors think, this burial mass was not actually intended to be placed in a grave or a tomb or a sarcophagus with the deceased. Masks like this have to do with customs relating to the preparation of the body and its funerary rites, as it's displayed for others to mourn before it's buried. It's really honestly somewhat macabre, but that's the way it goes. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone point out anything strange about it. I think we do have some of those somewhere, but they are not on display. We have an array of other pieces from the Durkian cultures that you can look through in the West Halls. Okay. Cardstone Lantern, Cridamon. Cridemon? Cridamon. Engraved tablet, Croynan Sandstone. Okay. have a suspicion. Croynan. Credimon. Figurines, jewelry, spearheads. Asa statue, which is not on display. Lion figurine, Croynan. Burial urns, Croynan. There's no listings of a Croynan tablet. But it's right here. What about in the old one? No, nothing. Okay. So we have a tablet that shouldn't exist. I think... Herkon, Bulastrian, Asa, Berengian, Limshinese. Okay. No, come on! We know that the bitter bloom petals react. Okay. Oh, I can get another vial. Nice. The reader detects trace levels of disruptive currents. Finally! Fucking hell! We finally have dry flower petals as a clue. I did notice there's a lot of them around. Even kept one in my pocket. Look! But it is unusual from what I saw. The petals aren't simply dried up, not entirely. They appear to still be fresh, but are affected by some form of necrosis. Or they just rapidly got aged. Come again? Well, you know, when you get aged really fast, you don't turn into a pile of bones. You usually just become an old granny person. Old and drained, but still breathing. At least for a while. What movie? Forgotten Crossroads 2. Okay. Let me rub the fucking bitter blooms on them. I swear to God, these have got to be the bitter blooms. I am going crazy. David, you gotta help me, man. Generally, I don't spend a lot of time thinking about flowers. God damn it! Okay, these were in your... Or, no, hold on. They were in your apartment! Oh, hello. What's all this? Dr. Joseph Hess, conservator. Oh! Dr. Hess, it has come to the attention of the management that you have gone ahead with your intentions to access and examine the more sensitive subset of our collections without any prior clearance from your superiors. The artifacts you have taken upon yourself to examine are far too precious and potentially harmful to be mishandled. This is your one and only written warning to stop digging into the more unusual artifacts labeled unsafe to handle. Permission and consultation should always be first requested from management. Dr. Cavershaw. Okay. Oh, this has got to be the thing. Warm to the touch. Imprint of what looks like blood. Okay, we have the broken sigil. Wait, wrong one. A floor plan of the museum. This must be the library. Oh! Oh, this is good. Oh, this is excellent. CA11. This class of objects are fragile and easily susceptible to damages and erosion when handled. Because of this, they should be kept in a stable environment and handled with care. Advised to move them as little as possible. 451. Rare valuable. Unpleasant effects when observed, appearing to strain the eyes or induce dizziness, possibly due to their structure or texture. It's advised they are not to be given much attention and should be considered unsafe to handle. Sensitive to environmental conditions such as temperature, light, or humidity, they should be stored appropriately with considerations of their sensitivity to external factors. Not known to produce any harmful or unpleasant effects, caution is advised around them. They are generally safe to handle, but any irregularities should be reported. Interesting. Okay. Evergreen mint stick wrapper. That's the same kind of gum that Cavershaw was chewing on. Apparently, they were in his desk, I mean. Records. Official request to purchase or loan assets from the museum. Index cards, exhibits from other museums, sales and purchase of antiquities. Burial mask of Limshinese limestone. Mask is known to have importance to the cultural heritage of the region it originates from. 44. Wait. So it's SC346. BA54. Okay. They don't want me to just check through all this shit. Okay, I did manage to find my way into the records. So this is the records. Correspondence with official labels, administrative files, blank paper. Outdated payroll. This place has not been used much. Dense fruity aroma. Dusty but clearly still used. Well, okay. And this leads back into the basement. And this leads into the other side of here, which we can unlatch these gates. Okay, these are definitely the same flower petals. Large amount of dirt, likely a molehill. Dirt sample. Yeah, we got another one of these barrels of dry leaves. Someone is using these to mark their fucking territory. Ah! This is where you were. Wait, hold on. Were you out here the entire time? I was down in the basement, sir, for some time. I suppose it must have happened then. What were you doing there so long? Well, sweeping and moving around boxes, trying to tidy up, free up space, you know. Did you encounter anyone else? When I was close to done, I thought I heard someone in the basement moving about. Well, but I paid it no mind. Thought to myself it must be Mr. Shanks and went back to cleaning. Why Shanks? There's not many blokes here that have business down there on the regular. I just assumed. Not much about what goes on up there. Have you ever heard of anything similar happening? Not that they've told me. Well, that's autumn. Leaves fall, you know? Okay, you can't tell me anything about the petals. Okay. So... Ah! Sounds like Swan might actually have been outside. Someone was in the basement. We know that, Marl was down there. But also it's possibly someone else. Maybe Mr. Shanks. But it could also not be Mr. Shanks. Out of season flowers, blue flowers... What is this? Now hold on. There's like a weird thing back here. And I remember seeing that, like, crown elsewhere as well. Footprints going in that direction. Okay. There it is. That little, like, stone crownish thing that looks almost like a chess queen. There's one over there, too, on the opposite corner. another janitor's closet. Couple more things before I hop off. I had wanted to ask Mr. Strom about Blakefield, Strickald, and Horner. Oh, Dr. Blakefield is no longer our Director of Operations. If you have anything relating to that, please bring it to Dr. Cavershaw. Strickald. Her work is down in administration. And he doesn't know the name Horner, but it sounds familiar. He no longer works here. Were you looking for him specifically? He's professionally occupied and nowhere near the place of the accident. I have reason to believe there was a staff meeting and you were there. So, very well. Yes, there was a meeting held in the museum records. That's about as much as I can openly share. But the matters that we discussed concern only ourselves. Can you confirm who else was present? The details of that meeting concern only the staff. Okay. So, Cavershaw's in record. Oh. Apparently those are all correct. Don't know if that means the others are incorrect or what. I might be going to sleep on it. Yeah, that's fair. I've pushed this very long. All right. Let's call it here for now. I have gone almost 7 hours and it is almost 3 a.m. Sorry. Like I said, this is my favorite genre of game, and you can see I get very absorbed in it. All right. Have a good night, everybody, and I will see you on Wednesday for more Book of Hours. Bye-bye. And... oh, shoot.